tried to reach for you, but you have closed your mind. Whatever happened to our love? I wish I understood. It used to be so nice, it used to be so good. So when you're near me, darling, can't you hear me? SOS. The love you gave me, nothing else can save me. SOS. When you're gone, how can I even try to go on? When you're gone, though I try, how can I carry on? You seem so far away, though you are standing near. You made me feel alive, but something died, I fear. I really tried to make it out. I wish I understood. What happened to our love? It used to be so good. So when you're near me,
Now we have to test the water.
Sí, un aquí. Oops. Hola, bon dia. Good morning, everyone. This event will happen in Catalan, Spanish and English. We do have a simultaneous translation service for those of you, per aquells que vulgueu traducció simultània. Em sembla que es dona en allà. No? A l'entrada. So, in the entrance, if you need simultaneous translation, you might get your machine thing. We will be speaking Spanish, Catalan and English. D'acord? En 2 minuts comencem. Podeu anar seient?
It's summertime, nights falling into my home. Think I might fall in love, and I won't deny feeling on a high. Put a lot on the line, put a lot on the moonlight. The invite of another life. Me, corazón, there I know. I won't let you go. Oh no.
Molt bé. Bon dia, comencem. Let's get started. Te l'han... Bon dia, benvinguts, bienvenidos, welcome. Benvinguts a la cerimònia, benvinguts a la diada del Premi d'Arquitectura Contemporània de la Unió Europea, Premi Mies van der Rohe 2022. Autoritats, membres del Parlament Europeu, ambaixadors, cònsols, representants d'agrupacions d'arquitectes, degans, representants d'associacions cíviques, cooperatives, estudiants, arquitectes i amants de l'arquitectura en general, benvinguts. Estem contents de tenir-vos aquí 3 anys després de la darrera cerimònia. Amb alguns ens havíem retrobat ja, amb d'altres és el primer cop que ens veiem i amb altres avui ha sigut l'oportunitat de tornar-nos a veure les cares. Benvinguts a casa vostra. Volem fer un recordatori a alguns amics que ens van acompanyar fa 3 anys, però malauradament el Covid o d'altres malalties els han arrencat del nostre costat. També volem fer un recordatori a les amigues i amics, companys arquitectes de Kharkiv, Dnipro, Kiev i Lviv. 15 obres... 15 obres d'arquitectura en aquestes 4 ciutats ucraïneses han estat nominades en aquesta edició del Premi. 80 persones, 18 estudis d'arquitectura, que segurament avui no són aquí, i que com milions més han vist troncades les seves vides per la guerra. Aquest edifici veí acull ara mateix el centre d'acollida de refugiats ucraïnesos. En circumstàncies normals, nosaltres hauríem fet allà avui les conferències i l'exposició. Tant de bo, ben aviat, els nostres col·legues, les seves famílies i tota Ucraïna i tota Europa puguem viure en pau. Us he esmentat 4 meravelloses ciutats d'Europa i us en podria esmentar centenars més. Són les que acullen les 532 obres d'arquitectura nominades en aquesta edició del Premi Mies van der Rohe. Nominades per experts independents i pels col·legis nacionals d'arquitecte. A tots ells els agraeixo la seva tasca. Sense ells no ho podríem fer. Són els nostres ulls a cada racó d'Europa. El nostre meravellós jurat, a qui també agraïm l'esforç que han fet, van seleccionar 40 obres com a shortlisted, procedents de 17 països de tota Europa. Segurament és el cop que més diversitat de països ens aporta la màxima qualitat en arquitectura. Les podeu veure totes en l'exposició a l'Espai del carrer Mèxic 3 i que itinerarà per tota Europa, amb seus que ja coneixem, a Colònia, Brussel·les, Viena i després continuarà durant els 2 propers anys. D'aquestes 40, 7 van quedar finalistes. I amb aquestes 7 finalistes comencem avui la sessió. Hem convidat els promotors, impulsors, clients, diguem-ne com vulguem, a les persones i a les entitats que en un moment donat, per acollir un projecte de vida, d'empresa, educacional, van pensar que necessitaven un espai arquitectònic, i així va començar un procés de 5 anys, de 10 anys, de 15 anys, sense el qual nosaltres, els arquitectes, no podríem avui celebrar l'excel·lència dels meravellosos edificis i espais que van aconseguir. Així que els hem convidat perquè ens expliquin en 5 minuts cadascú com va anar la història. Tenim representant en l'Enrico Fermi School de Turín, el Marco Giannini, responsable de comunicació de la Fundació Agnelli. Els presentaré a tots. En representació de Fritz 23 Berlin, Marco, that's you. In representació de Fritz 23 Berlin, we have with us Florian Schmidt, Councillor for Construction in the Friedrichshain-Kreuzberg District. Thank you for being here. En representació de la Railway Farm de París, tenim a nosaltres Frédéric Lopetre, General Manager of Ria Bail and President Bail pour tous. Merci d'être ici. En representació de Z33 a Hasselt, tenim a Jan Boelen, director del Z33. Thank you, Jan, for being here. En representació de l'IMSOL, tenim a Josep Maria Borrell, coordinador tècnic de l'IMSOL, representant el projecte dels 84 habitatges socials a Cornellà de Llobregat. Gràcies, Josep Maria. En representació dels habitatges cooperatius de la Borda, tenim a Mariya Sales. Gràcies, Mariya, per ser amb nosaltres. I en representació de la Townhouse de la Kingston University de Londres, tenim el professor Stephen Spear, Vice Chancellor de la Kingston University. Thank you for being with us. So with this being said, I leave the floor to you. And then I pose you the question. I would like you to share, in this short 5 minutes, how did it all start? In what moment you thought that architecture could help transforming for the better your project? And what are the outcomes? And what's the most relevant? You have here people who is responsible for education, people who's responsible for schools. So don't think you're talking to architects. You're talking to others that might enhance architecture like you did. So please, Marco.
Does it work? Yeah.
Maybe you have to push.
Okay. This works. Okay. First of all, I apologize a bit for my English, which is far from being fluent, but I can assure you my Catalan is even worse. I'm here to represent Fondazione Agnelli from Torino, Italy. And so, before all, on behalf of my chairman, Mr. John L. Khan, I would convey our greetings and our thankfulness to the Foundation Mies van der Rohe, to all people and authorities involved in the awards. Well, I would say that also the very fact that the European Commission is fully involved and supports the award is another reason to make all my colleagues happy and honored to be here. Okay. Before getting to our project, just 2 words about. Yep. Doesn't work again. Okay. About the Fondazione Agnelli, which, as you can read, it's an independent.
They are solving it.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, fine. Okay. Saying my institution is an independent research center. Okay, that's right. Um, the Giovanni Agnelli Foundation was established in 1966. It focused on social sciences and was born by the will of Gianni Agnelli, the avvocato, for the anniversary of his grandfather and founders of Fiat, Senator Giovanni Agnelli. In the last 12 years, the Fondazione Giovanni Agnelli focused on education. And our activities are mainly, as you can read, research reports, projects with and for schools, like the one we are today speaking of, assessment of public policies, and a point that I would stress at the end of my speech, advocacy for reforms in the school system in Italy. Well, if you want to know more about the foundation, you can go to our website. You can find, for instance, our last report, which was about the situation, the hard situation of the lower school in Italy. And let's go to our project now. The project was called Torino fa scuola, which is a sort of wordplay between to build schools and being the master and innovator in a given field. So that's why Torino fa scuola. It was a collaboration project between Fondazione Agnelli and Compagnia di San Paolo, which both promoted and supported financially the projects. The idea of the project was making something new, thinking something new in the Italian school about learning spaces, learning environments, and especially foster innovation, working with the school communities, which is a main point, a major point of our project, collaboration and participation of the school community, not just architects, and even more, define a model, a sort of model, some guidelines for a process that can be replicated, can be an example for other projects in Italy and around. The project basically led to a complete renovation of two already existing schools. You can see on this slide the Fermi School before the renovation and the Pascoli School before the renovation. Today we are speaking about the Enrico Fermi School, whose project is among the finalists of today's award. And let me thank here Simona and Alberto there, our architects, our young architects, which made it possible. Well, it was a long process, 5 years of work, but as you can see, the major part of the process was the involvement of the school community and the local community. We work with teachers, with students, with families, with local authorities to try to identify the real needs of the school, because we didn't want to build something abstract, but to start from real needs. The project started in 2015 and ended 5 years later. Overall, it costed about €8 million. just for Enrico Fermi School. Okay. And as I said, for us, the main point was discussing with the community and getting and realizing an official document, a sort of guideline to give to the architects as a premises of their work after the contest was won by Simona and Alberto. Well, I try to be quick now. These are the lessons we have learned from this project. And the first thing is that you have to start with a pedagogical idea of the school you are working on. And that can be made only together with the school community. Another point is involving the local, making local action, involving the local authorities, the local people to have the school well centered in their area, in its area. The main point is that you have 3 dimensions to work on, and these 3 dimensions cannot be separated when you make a project for a school. And the 3 things are safety first, sustainability, which is today is a must for everybody, but also thinking about renovate and innovate in the didactics, to think about new space, new learning environments. And here is the hand of my presentation. At the beginning, I said the Giovanni Agnelli Foundation is interested in advocacy for reforms in school, in the school system in Italy. Well, this I might say it's a model, it might be a model for building and renovating schools in Italy, not the only one, of course. And for instance, as you probably know, the National Recovery and Resilience Plan in Italy provides for important financial resources to build new school and even more to work on existing buildings. In Italy, buildings, school buildings on the average are 55 years old, so very old. They need something new. And after our project, after Torino Fa Scuola project with the Compagnia di San Paolo, our experts were called in the commission established by the Ministry of Education, and they, together with many architects and pedagogists, wrote the guidelines of the national plan project in the field of school building. That's why our project, Torino Fa Scuola, and the Fermi project may be seen, I guess, as a success model of practical advocacy of innovative projects for the Italian school system. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Marco. Super interesting. We will later have the opportunity to talk during the cocktail. We would now travel to Berlin. I hope, the mic works. So the floor is yours, Florian.
Bon dia, buenos dias. Hello, everybody. Start the presentation. My name is Florian Schmidt. No, not this one. No. I sent another one this morning. You have it? Sorry for this. It's all complicated this morning. But I can start because I just have some images, not text. my role is quite special here, like everyone's, I guess, because when this project started, not before it started, I was kind of activist on that area it take place, an activist with a network, well, I kind of coordinator of a network, and so, yeah, okay, doesn't matter. And what was the issue? In the center of Berlin, in like Checkpoint Charlie, more or less over there, you know Checkpoint Charlie, near the Jewish Museum, there was a place. It was a flower market during 100 years, and this flower market was taken away. So the question was, what will happen with that site? The idea was of the city to sell it to investors. And the issue of that initiative, we started over there with politicians, with cultural workers, with citizens of the neighborhood, with architects. Our aim was to prevent the selling to just investors of a big site. And it was not only this building site of that building, but like 5 building sites, and in the center a big flower market from the 60s, a really huge building. What happened? We asked that it could be an art hall. At the end, it was the building of the former flower market became part of the Jewish Museum of Berlin, and Liebeskind did the design, and the other fields, construction fields around, were sold by a concept procedure. That means the best concept will get the building site and not the highest bidder. So this was a great success because it was the first time in Berlin that the city of Berlin changed this system of how to deal with real estate. And it was also a bit conflictive. So a big network fighting for it, and that was the condition, the precondition that Fritz 23, that project could be proposed by Matthew and Britta and other people who had the idea on that side to realize that kind of building idea. But then later, I became a politician. I became a politician. That was at the moment of that activism we did, was my kind of partner. So I took the place of the politician, of Council of Construction from the district. And this is quite funny because now I'm trying to promote strategies of collaborative urbanism and real estate development from the position as a politician, as a responsible politician. But yes, now it's missing my structure a little bit. I have to. It was good. It was some helpful images. What can I say? The Fritz 23, Fritz 23 project is in the heart of a construction site, and we generated, after we did the success of that it should not be sold, we generated a whole programmatic concept of how the building site could be in the future. And then we asked, the city government asked for developers to present projects. And we had like 6 proposals, 2 for each site. At the end, there were only 3 construction sites because 1 construction site was given directly to a newspaper cooperative. So we had 2 proposals for each building site, and then there was an exhibition about the proposals. So do you know any case where a city sold construction site and then the developers who bid or who propose a concept, they have to defend them public in the neighborhood? I have never heard about that. So this was a really innovative issue. And of course, we had developers that proposed ideas that superficially fitted with the program we prepared and we asked for, but it was fake. So it was like separating fake and real good ideas with a good structure behind. And Fritz 23 was the kind of star of the process because they really did an innovative approach. They they proposed the combination of different actors, which is like so complex, and developers always want to keep it simple. And so they choose the most complicated way. And there were so many processes behind that I cannot even explain. Later, Matthew and Britta will explain. But I'm really happy about their project. And now as a counselor for the district, we're trying to promote that strategies and to promote actors like that, to really showing them projects that were successfully and that can open the imaginary of everybody that you can do it. So this is, it was an improvisation because it was promoted by activism, and now activists become governors, like in Barcelona. I'm a bit sad that Ada is not here in the moment, but see her later and have a good day. Enjoy the sun.
Thank you, Florin. We will now go to... Sorry, we didn't expect a new presentation. I apologize for that because it's my fault. So now we go to Paris. So tell us about the story of the railway farm, please.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Now we switch to the French accent. And, I represent a group of association, social workers doing support work to homeless people and very vulnerable people in the northeast part of Paris. And actually, this project, the Ferme du Rail, is not an architectural project at first. It's a social project. It's something that we wanted to build to find new solutions for these people that we support every day. So we thought, when we had this call for project from the city of Paris, called Réinventer Paris, we thought, okay, we have to make sense, we have to deliver some sense in the project that we propose. And so we try to deliver 5 different senses in the Ferme du Rail. The first one is to find a solution to help homeless people that we support with the association to find new solution for these people. The second one was to train these people who are far from employment and to train them for useful jobs that the city will need in the future. The third sense was to create a new equipment for the city dedicated to circular economy. We are harvesting, we are composting, and so we deliver some soil for agriculture in the city. The fourth sense in this project is to offer Paris a new, very ecological building. And that's what we did with our very amazing team of architects. And finally, wanted to promote mixity, social diversity in an open place. So that's why it's not only a shelter for homeless people, it's not only a place for activities, it's also a restaurant, it's also a place, and I'm very happy, I'm very grateful for this prize, because it will show that we can do social work open to everybody. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, sorry. You wanted to say?
Well, maybe just a few words to be quick, but to say that this work has been done in a very collaborative way. We are association, we are not professional promoters or whatever. I don't feel like a client, actually. The architects are the team, and we are in the same team with the architects. It was really something we built together. We all put our dreams of having efficient solution for these homeless people, but also dreams to have innovation in the way we build the city, and also innovation in the way we compost, we do agriculture into the city. And so it was a mix of dreams, and the fact is that that's why we were the winner of this call of project, and that in the second part, we had to deliver. And to deliver this, in fact, everybody came back to its own professional role. I was in charge of finance and contracts, and the architects were in charge of architecture, and so on, of course. But you know, when you have the first step, everybody is very collaborative, and everybody says, okay, it's going to be great, and we can mix everything, and whatever it costs. Well, at some point it cost a lot, and it was 4.8 million euros. But we had a lot of support from corporate foundations, from private foundations, from impact investors, and also from the government and from the city of Paris. And this is the way we managed to do this, to bring together many ideas, finding supports, and being very professional in the way we manage the project.
Thank you. Thank you. Very interesting stories indeed. Now we go to the Art and Architecture Museum in Hasselt. Jan, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Always a surprise to see which presentation is used. So my name is Jan Bulle. I was the former director of Z33. So I'm here as the user who was getting the chance from the regional government, the province of Limburg, to set up a competition for a new building. And in fact, since it's a story of 20 years, so we have to be a bit longer here than the 5 minutes that are allocated to us. The 20 years starts exactly in 2002 when I become artistic director of Z33, which is the Center for Contemporary Art, Design and Architecture. And there are funds to renovate the existing museum building. The building itself was dated from 1958 and needed a kind of upgrade. Handicapped people could not enter. Artworks that were bigger than 2 meters could not enter. Everything had to be carried inside. The front door was in fact a back door of a closed béguinage, a place in the city center that was quite difficult to access. It was part of a 17th century old historical site, a heritage place, and I resisted to start with any small improvements of the building itself and aimed for a bigger and a more ambitious project which the place and the region deserved, and that became the project where I'm very proud on all the collaborations that we are here today. After 10 years, approximately, and I make a big jump in time, this city, which is the capital of that region, there in this historical site, the organization is spread over several houses, and the idea was to concentrate everything in one larger building where the public could find the way, and to complete the historical site as it was in the beginning and create this link with the city in a new way, and to have a conversation with the region, dialogue about what these kind of cultural institutes, how they could function in itself, and how they maybe function much more as a kind of awareness machine, a machine of broadcasting ideas and bringing you and showing you alternative words. After 10 years, we do a competition. 25 international offices participate, and these offices were asked not to design anything yet, but to write a letter, a vision, how they would work with us, what they How do they see the process? And the first written down ideas. Out of that, 5 architectural offices were chosen, and there was one architect, Francesca Torzo, unknown at that moment between, let's say, the bigger players at that moment. She didn't have really references as bigger office, female architect, Italian, and I have to be honest, we didn't understood the first proposal that she sent in, and the 5 architects got the chance to present their project to the public. And at that moment, the whole ranking that was made by the jury swapped, and Francesca Torzo convinced us, not only as a person, but also as an architect with a very intriguing project that was answering the qualities we were asking for. Qualities where not more white spaces, because we already had them in that museum building of 1958, but spaces with a character, with a personality, and where that today the artists, the designers, and the architects that are invited have to go another dialogue go on. It was a process of building of 10 years, so 2012 till let's say the building is not as it will never be finished. No building is really finished, but it's open, it's functioning, and a new team is taking over, and I hope you all have the chance to go there, to visit it, and to be part of that experience. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Jan. It's a beautiful building indeed. It's worth a visit. Yeah, very nice. So now we go to social housing. Ara passem a Josep Maria Borrell, de l'IMSOL, que ens parlarà dels habitatges de Cornellà. Explica'ns.
Gracias, Anna. Thank you, everybody. I represent IMSOL, which is a non-profit organization depending on AMB, and we develop social housing in the 36 municipalities around Barcelona. Com a particularitat del nostre ADN, al llarg dels 25 anys de la nostra trajectòria hem desenvolupat uns 6.000 habitatges en més de 100 promocions, intentant sempre millorar la qualitat de vida de les persones i intentant fomentar i traspassar el valor de la qualitat arquitectònica, la innovació tipològica i la innovació tècnica. Tot això tenint en compte que sempre ho hem fet sense generar dèficit sobre les administracions. Per tant, el cost sempre ha sigut una de les puntes de llança de les nostres promocions, en les que cerquem amb tota humilitat l'exemplaritat en tots els moments del procés. De la nostra feina, of our job, it's very important. I think that the key is how to organize the competitions. Així que after the crisis between 2007 and 2017, we decided to change the system of making competitions i vam decidir organitzar uns concursos a 2 voltes que garantissin l'anonimat i que fomentessin la participació universal dels arquitectes, incorporant els joves, fomentant aquells criteris que ja venien de l'ADN de l'IMSOL, la qualitat arquitectònica, la innovació tipològica i tecnològica, però deixàvem enrere aquells criteris de solvència o de qualitat d'experiències anteriors que segurament no permetien que nous arquitectes poguessin participar. Per tant, el cas de Cornellà, que neix l'any 2017, sorgeix d'aquest nou model de concurs que fomenta aquesta participació universal i que fomenta un edifici gairebé nul. La proposta de la Marta i el José va trencar tots els nostres esquemes, no només perquè resolia les qüestions que plantejava i posava en valor un planejament molt rígid, sinó perquè anava molt més enllà. Ens parlava de l'habitatge del futur, de noves maneres de viure, de la no jerarquització, de l'habitatge inclusiu i amb perspectiva de gènere, coses que havíem sentit però que no sabíem com es plasmaven en un projecte. Aquell projecte va propiciar dues coses. Primer, un gran canvi a nivell intern, és a dir, la reflexió era com ho fem per estar a l'alçada d'aquest repte. Nosaltres no volíem ser porters, diguem, en un partit de futbol el porter és aquell que intenta parar gols, no volíem ser una administració que posés barrera, volíem formar part de l'equip i per tant, no sé si fer gols, però almenys donar joc. I les regles del joc serien diferents, formaríem part de l'equip i assumiríem els reptes i per tant els èxits i també les dificultats solidàriament o conjuntament amb els arquitectes, des del principi fins al final. La segona cosa que va propiciar aquell concurs jo crec que va ser diguem, molt observat, almenys a nivell regional, és a dir, era un concurs, una proposta trencadora, diguem, en el propi edifici però també en el model de concurs i jo crec que va ser bastant observat i després bastant seguit. De fet, nosaltres vam adaptar les bases que havíem ideat, diguem, una mica a tot això que ens van aportar ells en aquesta proposta. El procés no va ser gens fàcil. Primer vam haver de convèncer, diguem, el nostre equip, el que faria el seguiment del projecte. Penseu que nosaltres hem fet molts habitatges i portem una motxilla important de prejudicis i per tant ens havíem de desfer d'això i això va ser com complicat, però ens en vam sortir. Després havíem de convèncer a altres administracions, bombers, Generalitat, totes les altres administracions, perquè la majoria de les solucions que proposaven eren innovadores, no teníem diners i per tant havíem d'utilitzar l'enginy i aleshores tot suposa un esforç important de negociació. Després va venir la constructora, els problemes de les obres, la pandèmia, etc. L'últim dels reptes era la transmissió de tots aquests valors al ciutadà, que al final és el que nosaltres ens dediquem i per tant, diguem, traslladar tots aquests valors a la ciutadania ho havíem de fer de manera que la identitat que podia generar l'edifici es transmetés i la gent es sentís orgullós d'aquell edifici. Això ho vam resoldre fent una, jo crec que magnífica exposició en el propi edifici que pot ser visitada pel ciutadà però també vista pels propis usuaris i amb un seguit d'entrevistes amb la Marta i amb el José intentant transmetre tots aquests valors. Quan ens vas convocar ens preguntaves de què estàvem més orgullosos. Doncs bé, nosaltres ens sentim orgullosos d'haver fet felices a la gent que viuen allà i que ens ho transmet, d'haver propiciat aquest nou model d'habitatge pel futur de la societat, però també d'assolir el repte d'haver construït un edifici meravellós com aquest, amb el cost previst i sense que ningú es quedi pel camí, és a dir, jo crec que tothom ha salvat els papers en termes econòmics, però sobretot de l'equip que hem construït, és a dir, a pesar de totes les dificultats, jo crec que tots repetiríem. I per això vull agrair molt a tot l'equip de tècnics de l'IMSOL que van saber encaixar aquest repte i tirar-lo endavant, als directius de l'IMSOL i de l'àrea metropolitana, l'Amadeu, el Ramon Torra, per donar-nos suport. Sense el seu suport això no hauria sigut possible i el vam tenir. A l'alcalde de Cornellà, perquè també va assumir molts riscos, i sobretot a la Marta Peris i al José Toral i a tot l'equip de col·laboradors, tant interns com externs, per obrir camí, per no deixar de creure en nosaltres i per treballar fins a la sacietat. Sempre us estarem agraïts per l'experiència viscuda, pel patrimoni que deixeu i perquè seguim aprenent de vosaltres. També per l'amistat que ha nascut a partir d'aquest procés. La nostra lliçó, la importància de la il·lusió, de la confiança, de la complicitat entre l'arquitecte i el client, i el treball incansable que pot moure muntanyes com creiem que aquí hem deixat. També gràcies a la Fundació Mies per l'organització d'aquests excel·lents premis i per contribuir a difondre la nostra feina.
Gràcies, Josep Maria. Seguim amb habitatge. Mariya, explica'ns la vostra experiència a la borda, sisplau.
Hola, gràcies. Bé, gràcies pel bronzejat aquest que ens esteu oferint i gràcies per convidar-nos. Jo soc sòcia habitant de la cooperativa d'habitatges en cessió d'ús de la Borda, ubicada aquí molt a propet, al barri de Sanz, a la Bordeta. I bé, he trobat molt interessants tots els projectes que heu explicat, totes les intervencions que heu ofert, i faré unes pinzellades una mica ràpides sobre alguns temes que ens indicaven amb antelació que podíem parlar. I només dir que amb algunes de les coses que heu explicat hi ha part de la borda també. Doncs promoció d'habitatge, d'alternatives al mercat immobiliari, organització des de baix, petites pinzellades. Sobre arquitectura volíem apuntar 3 qüestions que potser no són gaire conegudes del nostre projecte. Una és el fet de no haver construït l'aparcament, perquè fins fa poc a la ciutat de Barcelona hi havia per normativa haver la construcció d'un aparcament obligatori associat a immobles de certes característiques. I aquesta és una de les qüestions més invisibles i de les que estem més orgulloses perquè ens hi vam resistir en aquesta normativa. No tenia cap sentit que un edifici passiu amb màxima certificació energètica i que en la majoria de les persones ens movem a peu o en bici o en transport públic, doncs haguéssim de passar per aquesta imposició, que a més també encaria el cost de l'obra i allargava molt també l'execució. Gràcies a la nostra perseverància i a la col·laboració de l'Ajuntament es va aconseguir un canvi de normativa i avui és una realitat. Que a Barcelona determinades tipologies d'immobles no estan obligades a tenir un aparcament de cotxes si no ho volen. Per tant, sentim que més enllà de la nostra realitat particular hem contribuït a crear polítiques públiques. Una altra pinzellada sobre l'arquitectura és fa 2 anys, durant el primer estat d'alarma generat per la pandèmia, gràcies a l'arquitectura de la borda, va fer que poguéssim viure millor el confinament gràcies als espais diàfans i lluminosos i zones comunitàries molt àmplies. Vam poder evitar la sensació d'aïllament i qui ho volia cada dia podia sortir a les passeres i als balcons per parlar amb la resta, tot mantenint les distàncies de seguretat. Això va ser increïble. Finalment, plaques solars, que tenim al terrat des de fa 2 anys, plaques fotovoltaiques que vam col·locar en la segona fase de la construcció. Des d'aleshores ens serveixen per proveir del 20% de consum energètic total de l'edifici i aviat també formarà part de les infraestructures de la comunitat energètica de la Bordeta que estem començant a organitzar. Sobre el finançament volíem donar les gràcies a COP57 perquè gràcies a elles ha estat possible finançar la construcció de la borda sense haver de passar pels bancs convencionals, principals responsables d'haver-nos portat a la crisi immobiliària i financera. Les condicions del crèdit i la possibilitat de posar en marxa títols participatius varen ser fonamentals per edificar un projecte que val més de 3 milions d'euros i gràcies per haver-ho fet possible. I finalment, tornant al que ens sentim més orgulloses, doncs serien moltes coses, altres millorables també, però bé, 3 apunts sobre coses que ens fan sentir orgulloses del nostre procés. Va ser el tema dels estatuts. Quan vam començar a redactar-los, hi havia molts pocs exemples en els quals ens poguéssim inspirar. Després de moltes assemblees, reunions i d'una inversió econòmica considerable, vam poder aprovar els nostres estatuts, que ara estan a lliure disposició a la nostra pàgina web. Qualsevol projecte d'habitatge en cessió d'ús els pot mirar i inspirar-se per redactar el seu. És un element de cultura lliure. Després, la cocreació de la Dinamo, que vam impulsar juntament amb la COL i la Ciutat Invisible. Es tracta d'una fundació destinada a acompanyar la creació de cooperatives d'habitatge en el context de Catalunya. Va sistematitzar els coneixements d'arquitectura, legals, econòmics i comunicatius i de convivència que havíem elaborat a la borda, la Dinamo. Tots aquests coneixements serveixen per assessorar els col·lectius que comencen o que ja es troben en una fase avançada de construcció. I finalment, i acabo, estem orgulloses de l'expansió del model perquè estem contentes de veure que el model no deixa de créixer. Només a Catalunya hi ha més de 30 cooperatives funcionants ja construïdes o per construir. I ho celebrem. Un dels eslògans d'una de les campanyes de la nostra cooperativa era "Volem ser 1000", i avui encara creiem que ho podem aconseguir.
Gràcies. And now let's go to London, to the amazing Kingston University Town School. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm going to start with the program. We had a very complicated ambition, a kind of crazy ambition for this building. So we needed a new library, and so there's the question of what is a library in a digital age. We wanted a place to put our dance students, so we needed dance studios. We wanted to soften that threshold between the university and the city. That can be a quite scary line for the public to cross. And we wanted to create a presence. The front of the university, you were greeted by 150 car parking spots and a few porta cabins, which I think if they'd remained much longer, they would have been listed, because there were temporary buildings there for about 40 years. So the building was supposed to do a lot for us. It was also supposed to create a campus, because we didn't really have a campus. We had a collection of buildings. So we decided that this was such a crazy collection of things we needed, that the building had to work so hard that we should have a design competition. And we chose Grafton because they understood the ambition behind the program better than we did. And I'm going to come back to that in a second, because they were very excited about how radical this really was and the questions that we were asking. And in the competition design, there was clearly a building which would be able to evolve as our thinking evolved, because the other thing that was going on was that we were becoming much more ambitious as a university. We're not a famous university. We're professional, technical education. Half our students are the first in their family to go to university. But we were starting to become much more ambitious and wanted to be prouder about who we are. And we wanted the architecture to help us do that as well, to raise our sites and to raise the prominence of the university at the same time. So that's a lot to ask of a single building, I must say. And we got more than we could have hoped for, because we got all of those things. But during the process of the further design of the building, the construction of the building, we kept talking to Grafton. We did something really, which I've never heard anyone do before, but I would recommend it highly, is that we kept the design jury intact. So every few months, the design jury would meet with the architects again to talk about design. Not about the budget, not about whether things were on schedule or not to any of that stuff, but to talk about, are we still going to get the building that we wanted when we awarded them the contract? And that became a very interesting set of conversations, because as you know, they were talking to us about the design and the challenges and possible solutions. We were at the same time having conversations about the university and how the university was evolving, about our growing ambitions, about what we wanted to do, about how we teach and how we research and things like that. So that process was really helpful for the university, as well as giving us, the quality of the building we've had. It was so important for our thinking. It really changed our thinking as a university, which is quite something for a building to do. So much so that our new strategy for the university, we've named after the townhouse. It's the townhouse strategy, which is where we want to take the university in the next 10 years. And the reason for that is that in the building, it's everything that we want to do as a university. So you can be sitting in there reading about law. You're looking down and across to someone who's reading English literature, and you're looking down and across again to see someone who's studying dance. And that's what we want to do as a university. A university is about not an ever narrower focus on the thing you've chosen to study. It should actually be about confronting you with ways of thinking and ways of acting which are foreign to the thing that you're studying. Because there's a lot of ways to understand the world, there's a lot of ways to act in the world, and there's a lot of forms of knowledge. You know, dance at a university is because dance is a form of knowledge. And so to confront people with that, which is what the building does, and to confront the public with what a university does, that it's not just, you know, a seminar, it's not a university the way it might have been when you were at university. We are actually trying to create people with different kinds of skills and help them really grow at their time at university. So that's why we've named the whole strategy for the university after the townhouse, because the townhouse is doing what we want to do as a university. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, you all. And now you can go back to your seats, and we will get started with the granting ceremony itself. So thank you.
Va venir el Toni a salvar-me, perquè si l'he d'explicar jo...
Gràcies. Hola, què tal?
Catalana, buenos días. Estás poniendo roja, ¿eh?
Bueno, ahora no está. No, da igual.
Senyores i senyors, la cerimònia està a punt de començar. Ladies and gentlemen, the ceremony is about to begin.
It's a clear and quiet night. The bright moon lights up the sky. Guests are all arriving now and filling the entire pavilion with their colors and perfumes. There goes Snow White and Tom Thumb and the three little pigs, and here's Snoopy the dog and his best friend Woodstock and Sinbad, Ali Baba and Gulliver. Oh, welcome home, oh please come in. We'll turn your sorrows into smoke. My home will always be your home if it can be someone's home. Hello, Jaimito and Miss Urraca, Carpanta and Bluebeard, Frankenstein and the werewolf, Bambi and Moby Dick, Peter the Chimp and Peter Pan. On the strike of 12, the guests are here. The Good Fairy and Cinderella, Tom and Jerry, Calixta the Witch, Bambi and Moby Dick, and the graceful Princess Cece. Oh, welcome home, oh please come in. There's no one missing, we're all here. But maybe wait, I just realized someone's missing. So where are you? You can join us if you can. We're waiting here, there's room for all. Time and space don't matter now because the sun could rise tonight. Oh, benvinguts, passeu, passeu, de les tristors en farem fum, que casa meva és casa vostra, si és que hi ha cases d'algú. Hey, ba-da-ba-ba-ba, 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 na-na-na-na-na-na-na, because the sun could rise tonight. Just a second. Oh, okay. Bon dia, Barcelona. Good afternoon, Europe. Live from the Barcelona Pavilion today, we celebrate architects, landscape architects, urban planners, promoters, clients, and all those involved in the conceptual and physical transformation of Europe through architecture. Welcome to the 2022 European Union Prize for Contemporary Architecture, Mies van der Rohe Awards ceremony. Okay, so again, good afternoon and welcome to the 17th European Union Prize for Contemporary Architecture Mies van der Rohe Awards ceremony. I am your host today, and all I know about architecture is what I see, enjoy, get angry at, and constantly criticize and admire. That's why I love traveling and to constantly discover new things, so I'm your perfect host for today. Anyway, there won't be any popular movie category or a red carpet or fireworks, no ads. But instead, something much more important, a recognition to some of the people who constantly work so that the places we live in become friendlier, people who empathize with human needs, who are open to resident participation and that succeed in restoring the balance between aesthetics, human values, and a sustainable approach to the planet. These are also the values of the new European Bauhaus and how the city of Barcelona is working with its citizens. Let's welcome on the stage Mrs. Ada Colau, Mayor of Barcelona, Mrs. Mariya Gabriel, Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth, responsible for Creative Europe, Mrs. Sanz, Deputy Mayor and President of the Mies van der Rohe Foundation, Mr. Agustí Serra, Director General of Territorial and Urban Planning, Department of the Vice Presidency, Digital Policies and Territory of the Government of Catalonia, and Mr. Iñaki Carnicero, Director General of Urban Agenda and Architecture, Ministry of Transport, Mobility and Urban Agenda of the Government of Spain. Benvingudes i benvinguts.
Gràcies.
Per començar, excel·lentíssima senyora Ada Colau, m'agradaria demanar-li que ens adreci unes paraules.
Moltíssimes gràcies. Moltíssimes gràcies, benvinguts, benvingudes. Dear European Commissioner, thank you very much for coming and welcome to Barcelona. Benvolguda tinenta d'alcaldia i presidenta de la Fundació Mies van der Rohe, Sanz, director general de Agenda Urbana y Arquitectura del Gobierno de España, director general de Territori i Urbanisme, Ana Ramos, directora de la Fundació. Moltíssimes gràcies a tots, autoritats, amics i amigues, per ser avui aquí, en un dia molt especial i assolellat. Avui ens acompanya el sol amb molta força, però estem en un lloc realment singular i especial per la ciutat de Barcelona. El pavelló Mies van der Rohe és una mostra de com pot arribar a enriquir-se una ciutat quan acull i s'obre als millors creadors i a les avantguardes de l'art i del pensament. Però sobretot és un element, com altres, de l'arquitectura, que ens inspira i ens interpel·la, especialment quan ens plantegem una nova transformació de la ciutat. Com encaixem modernitat i funcionalitat? Com vinculem innovació, utilitat, servei públic? En definitiva, quina transformació urbana volem i al servei de qui? Aquests premis que presentem avui aquí, els Premis Mies van der Rohe, que són els Premis d'Arquitectura Contemporània de la Unió Europea. De fet, és el més important que concedeix la Unió Europea. Es concedeix cada 2 anys, des de 1988, i des del 2001 es complementa amb el Premi Arquitecte Emergent. Doncs bé, aquests premis que ens reuneixen avui aquí ens ajuden a pensar en això que dèiem, en quina ciutat volem i quins edificis, quin urbanisme, quina intervenció pública necessitem per fer-lo possible. Per endavant, moltíssimes felicitats a tots els que han participat en els premis i especialment als finalistes per elevar any rere any el nivell d'aquests premis. I sobretot moltíssimes felicitats als projectes premiats, a Grand8 Arquitectes pel premi al seu projecte Townhouse a la Kingston University a Londres, amb un exemple d'arquitectura que contribueixi a una universitat més diversa, creativa i participativa. I, evidentment, com a alcaldessa de la ciutat de Barcelona, doncs és una alegria també poder felicitar a la Col, que ens fa molt feliç amb el projecte de la Borda. Hi ha molts altres que han estat impulsats a la ciutat de Barcelona recentment i ens fa molta il·lusió que aquests premis tan prestigiosos reconeguin el projecte de la Borda. Un projecte de Barcelona on podem identificar molts dels valors, de les idees que ens agraden per tota la ciutat. Un projecte que suma l'esforç públic amb la voluntat, amb el desig, amb la creativitat popular. un projecte col·lectiu i cooperatiu, cooperatiu en el seu impuls, a l'hora de pensar-lo, a l'hora de finançar-lo i a l'hora també de viure-hi i conviure. Un projecte únic, singular, fet a la mida de la gent que hi viurà, i un edifici sostenible que està pensat i repensat per aconseguir el màxim de confort amb el mínim impacte. Per tant, la Borda és un edifici referent, efectivament, ens alegra que ho sigui ara també a nivell europeu i internacional, però ha estat des del principi un edifici referent per la ciutat de Barcelona i concretament per les polítiques d'habitatge que estem impulsant per fer una ciutat millor al servei de les persones. I per això també estem fent com a política de ciutat la cessió de sòl públic, una demanda històrica del moviment cooperatiu, que ens deien que era impossible. Sabeu que jo vinc dels moviments socials pel dret a l'habitatge i vaig estar molts anys reunint-me amb l'Ajuntament de Barcelona i ens deien que era impossible fer habitatge cooperatiu. Avui ja són més de 10 solars, són més de 1.000 habitatges cooperatius els que estan en construcció a la ciutat de Barcelona. La Borda va obrir camí, però són molts altres projectes cooperatius els que estan demostrant que una altra política d'habitatge era possible. I ens consta també que s'ha valorat altres projectes d'habitatges col·lectius en aquests premis i en altres certàmens, i el que voldria pensar és que això no és una anècdota, sinó que és una tendència emergent que estem trencant finalment amb el domini acaparador de les solucions habitacionals pensades per la ciutat fordista, capitalista, productivista, amb masses persones aïllades, vivint soles, aïllades les unes de les altres, i que en canvi estem transformant les polítiques d'habitatge i, per tant, la ciutat i l'urbanisme per donar a les cures la importància que tenen i, sobretot, posar la vida compartida al centre del nostre projecte de ciutat. I és que Barcelona és internacionalment reconeguda per la seva qualitat urbana i com a exemple de ciutat mediterrània amb un gran potencial en qualitat de vida. I l'arquitectura i l'urbanisme han jugat un paper clau reforçant els avenços en salubritat, les conquestes democràtiques, socials, des de l'enderroc de les muralles a la ciutat, però també passant, evidentment, per el famós i importantíssim Pla Cerdà, però sempre abans, ahir, avui i demà, al centre la importància de les lluites veïnals defensant el bé comú i l'interès general a tots els barris. I no em vull allargar perquè tenim molt de sol, però sí que volia fer una menció a que a Barcelona, efectivament, recollint la memòria, reconeixent l'enorme tradició urbanística i d'arquitectura de renom internacional que tenim, però precisament si una cosa ens ensenya també la tradició de Barcelona arquitectònica i urbanística és que el renom l'hem aconseguit sempre innovant, sempre que hem estat valentes, sempre que hem afrontat els reptes de futur. I en això crec que la millor manera sempre d'acomplir amb el llegat de l'urbanisme i l'arquitectura barcelonina és quan som valentes, és quan ens arrisquem, és quan mirem els problemes de cara i no els defugim. Entre els molts reptes que tenim en el segle XXI a totes les grans ciutats està la lluita contra l'emergència climàtica, òbviament, està la lluita contra la desigualtat com una de les principals amenaces i, per tant, la lluita contra l'especulació que amenaça la vida a la nostra ciutat, i està també posar en valor la diversitat de les nostres ciutats. La ciutat, afortunadament, no és homogènia. La ciutat, afortunadament, és diversa, orgullosament diversa en cultures, en idiomes, en formes de vida, ho és també en formes d'estimar, en formes amb identitats, i aquesta diversitat és una cosa que l'urbanisme i l'arquitectura ha de cuidar, ha de fomentar, ha de protegir i ha de posar en valor. Diferent de la diversitat és el conflicte d'interessos, són coses diferents, perquè hi ha diferents interessos a la ciutat. La ciutat no és un lloc pacificat, la ciutat és un conflicte permanent perquè hi ha una disputa per l'espai públic i per al poc sòl disponible per fer habitatge, especialment en una ciutat com Barcelona, que és un amfiteatre entre la muntanya i el mar, i el sòl disponible sempre és molt recercat. Però a totes les grans ciutats, en un món globalitzat, hi ha una disputa per la terra, per al sòl, per la construcció a les ciutats. I aquí, per tant, no hem de parlar de diversitat d'interessos, sinó de conflicte d'interessos. Una de les grans amenaces que pateixen les grans ciutats del món, també Barcelona, és l'especulació global, són aquests fons voltors, aquests fons immobiliaris que no tenen nom, que no tenen rostre, que no rendeixen comptes i no són responsables amb ningú, que aterren amb capitals a les nostres ciutats, compren edificis sencers, especulen, extreuen plusvàlua i es desentenen completament de les conseqüències socials de les seves inversions immobiliàries. Doncs bé, això no és diversitat, això és conflicte d'interessos i a Barcelona tenim molt clar que més enllà de promoure un urbanisme i una arquitectura innovadora que doni resposta a les formes de vides diverses de la ciutat actual, també tenim un conflicte d'interessos i nosaltres tenim molt clar que la ciutat ha de ser de les persones, que hem d'estar al costat dels veïns i de les veïnes i que hem de confrontar aquells grans especuladors que amenacen la vida i la convivència a les nostres ciutats. Perquè, efectivament, una cosa és la diversitat i una altra cosa és el conflicte d'interessos. Els veïns i les veïnes defensen la vida a la ciutat. En canvi, hi ha especuladors que el que defensen és aprofitar-se de la ciutat, posant en perill la vida i la convivència a la ciutat. I crec que això, avui, no s'ha d'evitar. És un dels principals conflictes que travessen tots els nostres barris i totes les grans ciutats i ha de ser una responsabilitat compartida confrontar aquells que volen aprofitar-se de la ciutat posant en perill la vida i la convivència en els nostres barris. I per això, amb aquesta perspectiva, com dic, des de la diversitat, amb la complexitat, lluitant per una ciutat realment democràtica que garanteixi igualtat d'oportunitats, treballarem amb un urbanisme valent, amb un urbanisme que canviï les regles del joc per realment defensar el bé comú i posar els veïns al centre. I el millor de tot és que no ho estem fent soles. És que Barcelona treballa amb Amsterdam, amb Berlín, amb París, amb moltes ciutats del món, amb Copenhagen, que la tenim com a ciutat convidada i la saludem molt especialment. Són moltes les ciutats que treballem juntes, amb pocs recursos, amb poques competències, però amb molta creativitat, amb molta determinació i amb molta cooperació entre nosaltres. I ho fem, com dic, per fer aquesta ciutat al servei de les persones, que faci front als reptes del segle XXI de la millor manera possible. Segurament per això també Barcelona ha estat recentment reconeguda i serem capital mundial de l'arquitectura el 2026 i també acollirem el Congrés de la Unió Internacional d'Arquitectes. I aquests dies, moltes d'aquestes idees també les podeu veure a Model, al Festival d'Arquitectures de Barcelona. Saludem a tots els seus impulsors, comissaris, comissàries i a tots els participants, perquè està sent un èxit la participació ciutadana en aquest festival i que representa també aquest urbanisme i aquesta arquitectura que volem, que siguin propers a tothom al servei del bé comú sense excuses. I acabo ja desitjant, evidentment, que aquestes idees que avui compartirem i que siguin premiades, com deia, que no siguin anècdotes, que siguin tendència, que siguem valentes, que donem pas a les generacions més joves que estan venint amb molta força, amb moltes idees, amb molta creativitat i amb la valentia que necessitem per fer l'urbanisme i l'arquitectura del segle XXI que necessitem. Perquè, efectivament, volem deixar enrere les ciutats de la contaminació, de la desigualtat, de l'especulació i volem conquerir les ciutats del futur, ciutats amables, ciutats amb talent, ciutats cohesionades i ciutats resilients que enforteixen la vida, les comunitats i protegeixen la vida posant les cures al centre. Moltíssimes gràcies a tothom.
Moltes gràcies, alcaldessa. Commissioner Mariya, Gabriel, I would like to ask you to address some words to all of us.
Thank you very much, dear Mayor, dear Mrs. Ramos, dear Deputy Mayor, dear Member of the European Parliament, dear Marcus, dear jury, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, dear architects, dear creators, I would like to say a big thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your talent, for your ideas, for your vision. As Commissioner responsible and for culture, like for education, innovation, research and youth, I'm really proud of your work. And I'm really happy too that I see a lot of young people here. 2022 is the European Year of Youth. It's your year. So dear architects, young and very experienced, help us to shape together the solutions for our common future, help us to transform the European year of youth into a year with legacy and impact. And who else that architects can help us to transform our living places in beautiful places and to transform our planet into a better place. Because yes, it's true, you inspire us, and here I would like to make a quote. We shape our buildings, day after, they shape us. Said Winston Churchill in October 1943, as he asked for the House of Commons to be rebuilt exactly as before the 1941 bombing. And there is indeed more than what you see. Buildings come with atmosphere and inspiration. In one word, soul. It is with this belief that the European Commission launched the new European Bauhaus. And the new European Bauhaus is the creative and interdisciplinary initiative that connects our action to combat climate change to our living spaces and experiences. It is the soul of the European Green Deal. The new European Bauhaus initiative calls on all of us to imagine and build together a sustainable and inclusive future that is beautiful for our eyes, minds, and souls. And I'm really delighted to share with you this special moment. Give a European Mies Award here in Barcelona, a city enriched by its famous architecture, but also a fertile ground for the new European Bauhaus project. So, as you know, and the mayor already mentioned it, so far the European Prize for Contemporary Architecture has been our main tool to promote architectural quality in Europe. And since 2021, it has become part of a bigger framework for European action in the cultural and creative fields, including cross-border cooperation and the mobility of works and artists throughout Europe. So I would like simply to warmly congratulate all the participants and the winners, of course, for their projects, which echoes with our ambitions for an architecture at the service of its people and fully respectful of its environment. I appreciate your contribution to the younger generation. Don't forget you are their role model, and I'm sure that you will inspire a lot to be much more engaged in this field. So, while each of you have been in charge of several projects, I'm here with one single and simple message, to offer you to join forces, to take on the challenge to rethink the landscape of our continent. Architecture and buildings should be at the service of our citizens, in good harmony with nature and with our unique cultural heritage. I'm deeply convinced that Europe's biggest asset is its citizens' capacity to create and innovate. You are one of our strongest assets. You can count on my cooperation and support. I would like really to thank you for your attention and, of course, to wish you every success. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Il·lustríssima senyora Sanz, té la paraula.
Molt bon dia a totes i a tots. Sigueu benvinguts aquí al pavelló Mies van der Rohe, alcaldessa, comissària, directors, amics i amigues, thanks for coming, ciutat de Copenhague, que també ens acompanya. Moltíssimes gràcies per estar aquí en aquesta nova edició del Premi Mies van der Rohe, que és una de les cites indispensables de la ciutat, d'aquest espai, perquè quan pensem en aquest premi, pensem en aquest espai, pensem en el perquè de l'arquitectura, i segurament ens convida a pensar, precisament a imaginar per què fem arquitectura, per què serveix aquesta arquitectura i l'urbanisme. I jo crec que hi ha una conclusió molt clara que amb cada edició anem repetint, veient tants i tants projectes a casa nostra i arreu que representen precisament aquesta voluntat i aquest objectiu d'utilitzar l'arquitectura i l'urbanisme per transformar la ciutat. No entenem l'arquitectura i l'urbanisme com una disciplina decorativa de les nostres ciutats. L'entenem com una eina de transformació social, com una eina de garantir aquest equilibri d'interessos que molt bé explicava l'alcaldessa, per garantir aquesta ciutat justa. I una ciutat que es va transformant perquè Barcelona és clarament una ciutat que ha estat referència internacionalment durant moltíssimes ocasions per poder fer una arquitectura que s'ha avançat als temps i que ha pensat com havien de ser els reptes del futur i fer-los presents, fer-los des del minut zero, des del moment en el que vèiem que calia tirar endavant aquesta nova arquitectura, aquesta nova manera de fer. I aquest any, a més, ens fa molta il·lusió fer aquest premi en el marc d'un dels esdeveniments més importants a la ciutat que ha vingut per quedar-se, que és el Festival d'Arquitectures, el Festival Model. Venim treballant la Setmana de l'Arquitectura des de la Mies, des de l'Ajuntament, amb el Col·legi d'Arquitectes, amb totes les entitats que esteu treballant per difondre precisament aquests valors, molt de temps, però calia fer un salt d'escala, calia fer un festival de celebració, de poder construir aquests imaginaris conjuntament en l'espai públic de com fem que la nostra ciutat, que Barcelona, esdevingui un espai d'esperança, un refugi d'esperança en un context segurament de tants reptes internacionals. I crec que això és el que estem fent precisament aquests dies, precisament perquè som capital mundial de l'arquitectura, com ho serà també Copenhaguen de cara a l'any que ve. No és casualitat que Copenhaguen, que Barcelona siguem ciutats de l'arquitectura mundials, referents, és precisament perquè s'està reconeixent internacionalment un model, com us deia, un model d'arquitectura que posa en el centre la vida, que lluny de seguir incentivant aquesta arquitectura al servei de l'especulació amb construccions monumentals i que no lliguen precisament amb la vida, el que es posa és de manifest un model que jo crec que els premiats, el projecte de la cooperativa La Borda, el projecte de Can Batlló, el projecte que han desenvolupat la cooperativa d'arquitectes La Col, posa de manifest que és el futur i que el futur hi és present, com us deia fa un moment. I per tant, necessitem més arquitectures com aquestes, arquitectures que posen en el centre aquest dret a l'habitatge, que imaginen infraestructures comunitàries per fer fàcil, per millorar el nostre dia a dia, el dels veïns i veïnes, noves formes de viure, que apostin per nous models de copropietat, per exemple, amb espais comuns, que pensem com reduïm la nostra petjada i la nostra demanda energètica en la quotidianitat. Jo crec que hi ha elements que resumeixen precisament això, la fusta, els balcons, les finestres. Aquests dies de pandèmia, aquests mesos anteriors que hem passat de pandèmia, hem pensat molt en com volem que sigui aquesta arquitectura del present i del futur, i crec que molts dels projectes finalistes i el projecte guanyador representen precisament això. Però deixeu-me també que ho vinculi amb tot un procés de transformació que la ciutat està vivint, per tant que no és un cas aïllat, Can Batlló, La Borda no són casos aïllats, com ha explicat molt bé l'alcaldessa, són la pràctica que estem intentant constituir en norma, no en excepció, sinó en norma. Que espai públic i també espai, les nostres cases, el nostre espai privat, que van de la mà, en una ciutat mediterrània com Barcelona, sabem que casa i espai públic són el nostre espai de referència. Doncs posar en valor aquests elements, la regeneració urbana, la rehabilitació, la recuperació d'aquests espais per la ciutadania, per fer comunitat. Per tant, aquests són els objectius que amb el premi, que amb les pràctiques, que amb tot allò que fem, intentem tirar endavant i promocionar en un context d'emergència climàtica, en un context de crisi econòmica, social i sanitària. Barcelona i qualsevol ciutat del món necessita més projectes com els que avui podrem premiar i podrem reconèixer. I per tant, jo crec que el que està en definitiva, el que estem intentant fer en definitiva és projectes que refacin aquesta ciutat construïda amb la lògica precisament d'utilitzar la innovació al servei d'aquests reptes del segle XXI que tenim. Projectes que facin possible poder i voler seguir vivint a les nostres ciutats. Crec que aquest és el gran repte que tenim. Per tant, gràcies a tots i totes els que feu possible aquest premi, gràcies a tots i totes els que treballeu cada dia des del veïnat, des dels diferents despatxos d'arquitectes, cooperatives, entitats, totes les persones que feu ciutat, perquè ens animeu, ens inspireu a seguir tirant endavant propostes que realment facin, com us deia, que això sigui la norma, la manera de fer, perquè aquest futur ja és present i volem que la nostra ciutat sigui una realitat amb totes i tots vosaltres. Així que felicitats i moltes gràcies.
Moltes gràcies. Senyor Agustí Serra, li agrairíem que ens endrecés unes paraules també.
Molt bé, moltes gràcies. Molt bon dia a totes i a tots. Bon dia, autoritats, alcaldessa, presidenta de la Fundació Mies de Rohe, comissària de la Unió Europea, director de l'Agenda Urbana i Arquitectura, col·legues, amics i amigues. Avui és un dia on trobem l'arquitectura col·locada al centre i crec que és una boníssima ocasió per celebrar-ho. En aquest sentit, voldria expressar, primer de tot, la satisfacció per veure com la promoció de la bona arquitectura té un lloc destacat en les agendes de totes les nostres administracions, que es troben avui aquí reunides. Cadascú, des del seu àmbit, lògicament, i en els darrers temps, ha impulsat accions que ajuden a potenciar la bona arquitectura i a remarcar el paper que pot tenir aquesta en la millora dels espais que habitem. La llei d'arquitectura catalana i el desenvolupament reglamentari que ara estem preparant mostren el compromís que tenim amb el foment, la difusió, la recerca i la innovació i la regulació en la qualitat arquitectònica. Un compromís que també volem mostrar amb les activitats que formen part de la futura capitalitat mundial de l'arquitectura de Barcelona a l'any 2026. De fet, els Premis Mies van der Rohe, impulsats per la Fundació, són un excel·lent exemple de com des de les institucions diverses es treballa per reconèixer la qualitat de la producció arquitectònica. I avui, en aquesta magnífica seu, veiem actuacions que s'estan produint actualment arreu d'Europa, que poden considerar-se com un referent i que poden tenir un paper de guiatge per tots aquells que volen actuar. Entre les obres finalistes trobem alguns elements coincidents, aspectes en comú que ens ajuda a fer-nos una idea d'algunes de les preocupacions que formen part del moment en què estem vivint. La sostenibilitat, en primer terme, amb la circularitat en el disseny i la construcció o la transició energètica com a elements destacats. Però hi ha un altre vessant que també val la pena destacar, el de la inclusió social, que inclou l'atenció a la diversitat o al foment de les relacions entre les persones. És una arquitectura no sols formal, amb propietats que es mostren l'evolució de les ciutats cap al futur. De fet, i això és valorable, es tracta d'una arquitectura contextualitzada, al servei de la societat, i també al servei del planeta, que entén que té una responsabilitat cap al món i que vol ser una eina transformadora. És, doncs, una arquitectura que s'allunya de l'autoreferència i de l'autocontemplació d'obres que ignoren el lloc i les circumstàncies. Aquí ens trobem en creacions que conjunten amb èxit la formalitat i l'expressivitat amb la funció. Obres on la imaginació creativa i el servei públic s'uneixen i ofereixen una versió més democràtica de la intervenció en els espais. La dimensió cultural i les consideracions mediambientals i socials tenen en aquestes intervencions un paper transcendent, i no sols com a meres comparses, sinó que formen part del nucli central d'aquestes obres. Sens dubte, l'espírit renovador d'aquesta arquitectura la situa en la millor disposició per encarar els reptes apassionants que ens ensenyen els temps presents i futurs que vindran. Ens queda només felicitar els finalistes d'aquest premi i sobretot els guanyadors d'aquesta edició dels Premis Mies van der Rohe. I emplaçar la Fundació a continuar amb aquesta excel·lent i gran feina que està duent a terme i per acabar, moltíssimes gràcies.
Muchas gracias, señor Iñaki Carnicero. Le escuchamos.
Muchas gracias. Muy buenos días a todos y a todas. Madame Commissioner, alcaldesa de Barcelona, teniente alcalde y presidenta de la Fundación, querida Janet, director general, querido Agustí, directora de la Fundación, Ana, querido Marcos Ros, amigas y amigos, es un auténtico honor estar hoy aquí, cerca, en este edificio tan icónico, celebrando esta entrega de los premios Mies 2022, en este caso en representación del Ministerio de Transportes, Movilidad y Agenda Urbana, como parte del patronato de la Fundación. Me gustaría, en primer lugar, felicitar a los equipos ganadores, a Grand8 por su proyecto en Londres y a la COL por ese proyecto de vivienda colectiva en Barcelona, también a los finalistas elegidos de entre los más de 400 proyectos que se han presentado a la convocatoria. Los premios Mies se han convertido con el paso de los años en el reconocimiento más prestigioso de la arquitectura a nivel internacional. En él se analizan obras de arquitectura repartidas por toda Europa y el jurado tiene la difícil tarea de destacar unos finalistas y después ganadores. Me gustaría destacar, mirando las obras premiadas de los últimos años, el hecho de que, más allá de celebrar la belleza del objeto arquitectónico, el premio destaca los valores que subyacen detrás de las obras seleccionadas y su acercamiento a la sociedad, y creo que esto es fundamental. La comisaria de la Unión Europea ha dicho que la arquitectura de calidad es una piedra angular del enfoque de la Comisión Europea en cuanto a sostenibilidad, y desde el Gobierno de España tenemos ese firme convencimiento. Es por eso que hace algo más de un año celebramos un proceso participativo, PECA, donde invitamos a más de 100 profesionales a debatir, a reflexionar sobre 7 temas vinculados con la arquitectura y que sirvió para sentar las bases de la Ley de Calidad de la Arquitectura, una ley que se encuentra en su fase final del trámite parlamentario y que, si todo va bien, en 3 semanas se aprobará en el Senado. Una ley que reconoce la calidad de la arquitectura como un bien de interés general y, por tanto, la necesidad que desde todas las administraciones públicas se defienda y se impulse. Comentamos ayer en el festival, y por cierto felicitar al Ayuntamiento y al Colegio de Arquitectos de Cataluña por esta iniciativa, que esperamos que sea la primera de muchas hasta esa capitalidad mundial de la arquitectura. Decíamos cómo la arquitectura se encuentra en el centro de las grandes reformas que este país debe acometer en los próximos años. Desde la arquitectura tenemos la capacidad de combatir el cambio climático, reducir la dependencia energética, generar cohesión social, abordar cuestiones de inclusión, género, en definitiva, reducción de las desigualdades. Es decir, la arquitectura se sitúa en el centro de muchas de las políticas necesarias para que este país avance. Es por eso que, como sociedad, deberíamos estar cada vez más interesados en la arquitectura, porque afecta a nuestra calidad de vida, a nuestro bienestar, a nuestra salud física y mental. Arquitecturas como las que hoy se destacan contribuyen a romper esa barrera que todavía existe y que ha existido durante muchos años entre la arquitectura y la sociedad, ayudando a encontrar en ella la solución a muchos de los problemas con los que habitualmente convivimos y mostrando su potencial a la hora de acometer algunos de los grandes retos a los que nos enfrentamos de manera global. Me gustaría, para finalizar, reiterar mis felicitaciones a todos los equipos finalistas, en especial a los ganadores y, por supuesto, al jurado, encabezado por la maravillosa Tatiana Bilbao, porque de alguna manera son los responsables en destacar los temas que trascienden las obras arquitectónicas y que apuntan el camino hacia donde debemos dirigir la arquitectura. Así que muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much for your words and encouragement to work together for a better future. I would like to ask you to return to your seats, please. And now I will invite Tatiana Bilbao on the screen from Copenhagen. Hey, Tatiana.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. She's chairwoman of the 2022 EUmies Awards jury, representing all jury members: Marcel Smets, Francesca Ferguson, Mia Haag, Spiros Pengas, Georg Pendel, and Trien Oyari, to tell us how Europe is doing
Yes, hello. Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. As Hasselt just said, I am unfortunately not there with you, but I'm very happy to be able to connect and have the opportunity to say some words on behalf of the whole jury, with whom we have had a very intense and productive journey. We first met online and then in Barcelona. And finally, we traveled to visit 5 great buildings in Europe. Allow me to say on the words of some words on each finalist. The jury considers that the building of 85 social housing units in Cornellà is an extraordinary achievement in the context of contemporary social public housing. It represents the materialization of a typology of housing developed in the contemporary theoretical framework, but not yet in an extensive public scale. This work, we think, is truly exceptional case that brings innovation, experimentation, especially in the field of social housing, to propose ways of living outside the socially and assumed conventionality. The railway farm is a bottom-up process done with a total vocation of social return through the creation of a meeting place for people of neighborhood. This is really fascinating to understand that it's in the center of Paris, integrating and welcoming people at risk of social exclusion through the implementation of urban agriculture production as the central strategy. The architects really projected a small paradise in what was a leftover plot consisting of 2 architectural pieces, very well fitted in terms of scale and placement, erected around a community vegetable garden. The jury also wants to highlight how important that Frieze 23 was built in our time in the heart of an European capital such as Berlin. It's a work that was born as a reaction to the situation of exclusion of small businesses from the city center, obviously due to the pressure of real estate market, and that really proposes an alternative to build a city through the development of new cooperative management model that brings them together. This is a live project that started 10 years ago at the hands of 2 architects who had been acting as promoters and that have had led a long and complex process of dialogue with the public administration and obviously other agents, but mostly with those who are now part of this building. Z33, House for Contemporary Art, Design and Architecture, represents excellence in the way it intervenes in a historical context through its reinterpretation from a contemporary perspective. It is a work conceived from a careful and delicate listening and observation of the place, conceiving a piece of complex architecture that fits in the urban ensemble of which it really becomes part. We wish to emphasize here the quality of the work in relationship to the limited budget in which it has been made. Hasselt definitely has become a different place. With the selection of Enrico Fermini School as a finalist, the jury wants to emphasize the importance of integrity and strategically intervening in the existing built stock, improving it in such an extraordinary way. The intervention carried out at Enrico Fermi School in Turin completely transforms the existing, making the pedagogical experience really a change, hand in hand with the architectural one. The jury also wants to highlight the skill and delicacy in converting the existing building into a new site rich in new semi-exterior spaces and high quality interior atmospheres that dignify the educational experiences. With all of these, we're very inspired by incredibly pieces of work, and really thank you to all the architects who demonstrated such an incredible quality and experience for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Tatiana. Now, let us see a video of your trip around Europe.
Mainly, our important intentional goal is to understand how architecture could become a platform for everyone to create their own existence. And I believe that right now, one of the biggest crises is that architecture is imposing a way of living instead of allowing people to develop their own possibility of inhabiting this planet.
Architecture as a profession tends to be quite closed in a way. It's among its own circles. So it's one of the great challenges, how to explain it to the people, because it affects so much our everyday life. I mean, how important is the quality of our living environment? How important is the planning of our apartments?
The needs of the clients and the society are changing regarding the way we use and move in the public space. So this is a new trend. I mean, we're going to find ways to live and to experience and to connect more in the open space.
The mission today would be to rediscover the space of infrastructure by readdressing it in a way that is geared towards the multi-use, not only the car, but all the users of the public space.
The main difference, hopefully coming through the New European Bauhaus, is actually that this is becoming a general mindset in the society and also among the architects. It starts with the landscape planning, with the infrastructure, with the traffic planning, and all these factors which are coming before you start to plan a building.
I had this very naive idea about the architect author who sort of makes something, creates an object, and that is admired, hopefully. You don't need to make those gestures. We're very bad at looking after things well in our society. We're very good at sort of throwing away and starting again. And that we need to become guardianships of our built environments.
When you have a name like Mies van der Rohe attached to an award like this, there's no doubt that the aesthetic quality of a building and how the details are resolved and how the context is also carefully thought through by the architects and the planners, there's always this consideration, ultimately, the aesthetic quality of the buildings.
We will now congratulate the authors and those who made these 5 finalists' works possible. But first, let me talk a little bit about myself. I'm Haldor here, and I've traveled around the world. I've been around in many of these cities that we're going to visit right now. I used to do a television show here in Catalonia where I was searching for people who were not Catalan and did not live in Catalonia, but spoke the Catalan language. And that was a very fun trip for me, especially. A lot of visitors, a lot of cities to visit and a lot of architecture to see. So let's go, take a trip and go all the way to next door, right here, Cornellà. Not very far, you can walk there actually. A well-known cinema was demolished in Cornellà, and several years later, 85 dwellings made of wood have created a new life between La Gavarra and Sant Ildefons. 85 social housing units in Cornellà by peris+toral.arquitectes with the leadership of AMAB IMSOL. I would like to ask jury member Georg Pendel and Mrs. Janet Sanz to hit the stage, please. And while we watch the video, also I would like to hit the stage the authors Marta Peris, José Toral, and Mr. Ramon Torra, General Manager at AMAB, and Managing Director of IMSOL.
Lo que hay es una redistribución del espacio, es decir, de alguna manera se le resta superficie a la sala de estar, ¿no? Que normalmente es la pieza más grande, es la que tiene la hegemonía, y se redistribuyen en el resto de habitaciones, de manera que todas miden exactamente lo mismo.
Se consigue una casa sin pasillos, ¿no? Y que esos metros del pasillo también se redistribuyen en el resto de la casa.
La cuina en aquests habitatges és el cor de la vida i és l'espai central. Està visibilitzat i, per tant, fomenta que les tasques domèstiques siguin realitzades per més d'una persona.
La crisis permite tener el parón para poder actualizar la vivienda en relación a estos cambios sociales que estamos viviendo y que son constantes y que son mucho más rápido que la capacidad que tiene la arquitectura de cambiar.
Sì. Please stay for the photo. The photograph, please. A family photo, please. Okay, thank you, Georg and Janet. Congratulations, Marta, Jose, and Ramon. You can now return to your seats. Let's go to Paris, of course. I never went to Paris to look for Katalonskis, just to visit my sister. She lives there. And I never been up to the Eiffel Tower. Anyway, farms disappeared from cities a long time ago. A first one returned to Paris, and more are following. The railway farm in Paris by Grand8 and Mélanie Drevet Paysagiste, a project which has been possible thanks to Reabal. I would like to ask jury member Mia Haag and Mr. Agustí Serra to hit the stage, please. And while we watch another video, I would also like the authors, Julia Taupin, Marine Kerbois, and Clara Simay, and Mr. Frédéric Lopetre, I hope I said that right, General Manager of Reabal, to come up on the stage, please.
C'est cette articulation-là, du bâti et du jardin, avec le dernier grand lieu de nature à l'intérieur de Paris, qui rend vraiment ce projet particulier.
La végétalisation, elle n'est pas ornementale. Pour nous, vraiment important qu'on puisse à nouveau trouver des activités économiques au sein des métropoles et non pas reléguées en périphérie.
On a cherché à faire un bâtiment low-tech. C'est pour ça qu'on a utilisé la structure en bois et des matériaux avec le moins d'impact possible pour qu'au moment de la déconstruction, en fait, ce soit déjà déconstructible et qu'on laisse le moins de traces possible sur le site.
Pour moi, ce qui peut être répliqué, c'est ce travail de construction à plusieurs mains pour réaliser des rêves qui, sinon, sur un tableur Excel, ne trouvent jamais leur équilibre.
Photograph, please. In front of the screen. Thank you very much, Mia and Agustí Serra. Congratulations, Julia, Clara, Marine, Melanie, and Frédéric. You can all return to your seats now. And our travel continues. We now go to Berlin. I've been there looking for Katalonskis. Of course, Katalonskis is the name we give the people that speak Catalan but do not live in Catalonia. Anyway, you can always watch it on... sorry, it's not about me. And I've been to Berlin, yes, and of course I went to the Berlin Wall, and I have this typical magnet on my fridge, which is, of course, original from the wall. So, one of the on the site of a former market hall, many small businesses have found a way to stay in Kreuzberg. Fritz 23 in Berlin by Deadline Architects, a project developed thanks to Forum Berufsbildung, Fritz 20 and Mini Loft Kreuzberg. I would like to ask jury members Spiros Pengas and Mr. Iñaki Carnicero to come up to the stage, please. And while we watch the video, also the authors Britta Jurgens and Matthew Griffin and Mr. Florian Schmidt, District Councillor of Kreuzberg.
I must say, I feel it's like a little miracle. When I just came here and crossed the square, I thought, wow.
If you have good processes, you will get good buildings. And if you have bad processes, you might get good buildings, but probably not.
People will
hopefully start to realize that this is the basis for sustainability, that people agree on things, because then it's long-lasting.
I feel this building belongs here. The sense of place, which is for me the most important sense for a filmmaker, is the most crucial sense for an architect as well.
Photo. Thank you very much, Spiros and Iñaki Carnicero. Congratulations, Britta, Matthew, and Florian. You can all return to your seats. And we continue our trip to Brussels, where I also went. Marvelous city, heart of Europe. Still, I only remember the fries. Anyway, on the site of a former school, next to the Z33 Museum, and in the area of the old Beguinage, the new extension of the museum by Francesca Torzo stands relating to the neighborhood and the inner garden. Jan Bolen was the artistic director during the design and construction processes, and Adinda van Geestelen is today the artistic director managing Z33. I would like to ask jury member Francesca Ferguson and Mr. Marcos Ros, member of the European Parliament, to come up to the stage. And while we watch the video, the authors, Francesca Torzo and Jan Bolen, and Adinda van Geestelen, representing Z33, to hit the stage.
If you see that someone is taking care of some tiny details, that for me is dignity. The choice was to make a brick building. It needed to, on one side, belong to an historical context. On the other side, it needed to have a presence on its own, because public buildings need to represent something.
People discover architecture in this building. They discover the proportions of the spaces, they discover how perspective works, how light works, textures, materials, relationship inside, outside. It's very exceptional.
Thank you, Francesca and Marcos Ros. Congratulations, Francesca, Jan, and Adinda. You can all return to your seats. And we continue our journey and we go to Torino, Turin. I have never been to Turin, but we all know it's where they're hosting the European Song Contest. And as a good Scandinavian, I never miss a show. So I remember my school. And I can assure you that it had nothing to do with this one in Torino. But for sure, I would have studied much more and much better. See if I see this right. Scuola Enrico Fermi in Turin by BDR Bureau, a project of Fondazione Agnelli Compagnia di San Paolo. I would like to ask jury member Trin Oyari and Mrs. Ana Ramos to come up to the stage. And while we watch the video, can we please have the authors, Alberto Potero and Simona Della Rocca, and Mr. Marco Giovannini of Fondazione Agnelli to hit the stage, please. Thank you, Trin and Ana Ramos. Congratulations, Alberto, Simona, and Marco. You can all return to your seats. So here we end the finalists, but before we now celebrate the winners, the dance company Van Holzer of Rafael Miro Holzer will bring dance, history, and architecture together. An amazing dance by Van Holzer. Thank you very much. Hot and sunny in Barcelona today. Yeah? Don't worry about me. I put so much sunscreen I can't feel my face. Anyway, I would like to ask Tatiana to join me on the screen once again so that we can congratulate the 2022 emerging winners and know about the La Borda cooperative housing in Barcelona by La Col Arquitectes. Tatiana, why did the jury choose this work?
Thank you, Harold. The jury decided to award the Emerging Prize to La Borda Cooperative Housing because it's a project built like a home-scale paradise, creating a community and the materialization of meaning of community. It is made up of large volumes of spaces equipped to carry out household chores collectively, such as doing laundry or cooking. Thus, building provided meeting places for the community. It is transgressive in its context because although housing production is mainly dominated by macroeconomic interests, in this case, the model is based on co-ownership and co-management of shared resources and capacities. The model goes beyond the specific project of cooperative housing. The studio is also run as a cooperative where 14 professionals with different expertise offer a role model and an active tool for promoting political and urban change from within the system, based on social, ecological, and economical sustainability. We really congratulate La Col. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tatiana. I would like to invite Mrs. Ada Colau and Mrs. Mariya Gabriel to join us here on the stage, please. Right here, please. And we will now watch a short presentation of La Borda.
Jo crec que segurament, evidentment, posem en dubte qüestions culturals molt establertes, no? La propietat privada, la individualitat, la privacitat.
Tot el que es decideix a nivell de cooperativa es fa a través d'assemblees i això és una manera de funcionar que requereix respecte, requereix empatia.
Revelava una mica que aquesta forma de vida més comunitària hagi de ser intrínsecament juvenil, que quan tinguis 30 i pico 40 anys i vulguis formar una família t'hagis de replegar en un habitatge unifamiliar, tu, la teva parella i la teva criatura, i tenir un model molt convencional.
I would like to ask the team of La Col and Maria Salas, Adrià García Mateu, and Ferran Aguiló from the La Borda Housing Cooperative also to hit the stage. Come on all up. She gives prize to La Col and you give to the client. Come up here for a photo. Anyone else wants to come up to the stage? No? Okay. Congratulations to the team of La Col, and I'm very curious to hear what you have to say about this prize and to learn more about what architecture is about, okay? So the team of La Col, if you can say a few words.
Sí, poseu-vos al meu costat. Bon dia. Val. A veure, d'entrada... Se sent bé o no? D'entrada volem agrair el jurat aquest guardó que poc ens esperàvem amb la nostra curta trajectòria i amb la quantitat i qualitat dels projectes que estaven seleccionats. Però sobretot els agraïments han d'anar a tota aquella gent que ha fet possible aquest projecte. A tots els equips tècnics, que han estat imprescindibles, sumant experiència i perseverança per aconseguir superar reptes socials, econòmics, ambientals i constructius. A les persones darrere les administracions i institucions públiques que han cregut en el projecte i en les seves singularitats, apostant per encaixar-lo dins dels marcs normatius que no contemplen maneres de fer i de viure que vagin més enllà dels models preestablerts. Al barri de Sanz i a la comunitat de Can Batlló, on s'arrela aquest projecte, que difícilment hagués pogut veure la llum sense aquest context d'autogestió i de cerca d'alternatives. Però sobretot a la comunitat d'habitants i impulsors d'aquest projecte. L'èxit de la borda va molt més enllà del seu edifici i la seva aportació en aspectes econòmics, legals o socials està més que demostrada. La innovació que ha suposat en el món de l'arquitectura no hauria estat possible sense la voluntat d'anar més enllà que han tingut les habitants de la borda i el risc que han assumit com a grup. També en confiar en una cooperativa d'arquitectes que el 2015 era ben jove. Sempre hem tingut clar que l'arquitectura és un fet col·lectiu i en aquest cas totes les parts han estat imprescindibles. Així doncs, creiem que el Premi també reconeix projectes d'origen més comunitari, sostenible, antiespeculatius i que posen a les persones al centre. Finalment, celebrem que es posi en valor iniciatives com aquestes, tan necessàries per combatre el capitalisme i el món desigual en què vivim i que ens permet pensar que nous mons són possibles. Moltes gràcies.
Congratulations. I'll have to visit one of these dwellings myself and see if casa meva és casa vostra, si és que hi ha cases d'algú. Mrs. Colau and Mrs. Gabriel, please stay here on the stage with me while our colleagues return to their seats, please. The architecture winner of the EUmies Awards is Town Hall, Kingston University by Grand8 Tatiana, are you there? We would like to have you on stage again. Hello.
Yes, I'm
Tatiana,
here. Hello.
Why did the jury choose this building?
The jury unanimously decided on Townhouse Kingston University as a winning work, as it represents the completeness of architecture excellence in terms of program, construction, and urban implementation. A piece of carefully developed, humble humanism. Townhouse becomes a building for everyone, generous, open, and inclusive, that creates an overwhelming environment, both specific and plural. It's a place for people from different backgrounds to gather in a real space, a space to meet, especially after the pandemic. A monumental building in its proportions and its inner atmosphere, which has the ability to excite and elevate study and learning as a pillar for value for society. Our society needs public projects with this quality. It's like a palazzo, a place for everybody. The building creates an emotional experience from within and through the multi-level facade colonnade that creates a domestic atmosphere on different levels. It accommodates dance, library, and study spaces using layers of silence and layers of sound, which work perfectly well together. Congratulations to Grand8 Architects. Thank you.
Thank you, Tatiana. Let's see the video.
You kind of want to go in here, if that makes sense. I want to go to the library, which I never want to do. Like, I want to go there.
It brought us to a kind of building that we haven't made before. I mean, there aren't many university building types like that, you know, that it's a library and dance and performance and events and all those things coming together.
All the things that architecture can do, you know, it can inspire you, it can set a level of ambition, it sends a message about the confidence of the university itself, and you get that in the building.
You're dealing with the future. That's why we teach, that's why we are architects. It's dreaming of the future, it's dreaming of what could be, but it's not just a dream, it has to be transformed.
I would like to ask this amazing team of architects led by Yvonne Farrell and Shelley McNamara together with Professor Stephen Spear, Kingston University Vice Chancellor, and Mrs. Caroline Harris, Chief Finance Officer, and Mr. Sean Wolfe, Director of Estates and Sustainability, who have made this building possible. Please hit the stage. Come, let's get a picture. Congratulations, Yvonne and Shelley, and to the whole team at Grafton Architects in Dublin. You have received so many prizes. I'm not sure how this one can be different. They tell me that your walk with the jury through the townhouse was amazing. A unique experience that surprised everyone. How do you do that? Please explain. Yvonne and Shelley?
It's more an áthas oring bheith ina cheasa van seo chun an dúis táchtach a thuirta bhaile go bhailteach lia. There are a few words in Irish to say we are so happy to be here to take this incredibly important prize back to Dublin. So first of all, thank you to the Foundation, thank you to the Mies people, thank you to Barcelona, thank you to the jury. We are here. When we hear people speak this morning, next Wednesday, the Irish government bring out their policy on architecture. They have to hear your voices. They have to hear what you have said. The Baukultur, which is part of the European work, is something that is very dear to our hearts. We also talk about architecture as built skin. And we're very aware of it as we sit under this sun of Barcelona, that our skin is the membrane between the universe and ourselves, and that architecture is built skin. We also believe that architecture is the physics of culture, and we thank clients to give us the opportunity to translate their dreams or the dreams of the unspoken wishes of strangers. So to be an architect is an incredibly honorable profession. We are asked to make the place of the future. So we build skin. We have, in terms of sustainability, it's really what is that dimension between outside and inside. When we see the destruction that's happening on the earth at the moment, and when you see the if you like, the bombardment of buildings, you realize that buildings are the vessel of culture. Architecture is the physics of culture, and it's so wonderful to be here today, to hear all these politicians and all the people that talk about collectivity. Look at the housing, look at the cooperative, how you challenge the norms. It's really a place of courage. I find it an incredibly moving experience to be here on behalf of all of us. We are just delighted and honored to be given this award. And all the other people who got awards are on the hundreds of people. The standard in Europe is fantastic. So well done, Europe, for we're part of their education system. We're part of the experience of Europe. You can feel the love in this space. So thank you, everybody. It's great to be alive.
Fantastic. Congratulations. I need some dance classes, so I might enroll into Kingston next semester so we can play the guitar in the courtyard. Anyway, thank you very much, and you can all leave the stage now. Okay, so thank you all very much and congratulations to the winners and finalists. I also want to encourage you all to follow the lectures and debates this afternoon here in the pavilion with the authors of these amazing works. You are now invited to come up here for some food and drinks, and I would like to ask the jury members, winners, finalists, and clients to come over here next to the photo call to take a group photo. So, it's a wrap. Thank you very much, and moltes gracias. Whew.
So it's not that bad. So we would like to start the afternoon presentations and conversations, even if we have this great sun right now. So we would like to ask you to come down back to your seats so that we can start the afternoon program of the award ceremony, which will be from 4 until 7. And afterwards, we will go down, visit the exhibition, and also celebrate. Thank you. Hello, good afternoon. Maybe you didn't hear me the first time, but we're going to begin the afternoon talks. We know it's hot, it's warm, but we are really looking forward to knowing much more about these 7 great works. So we would like to ask you to take some water, some drinks with you, come down here, take your seat, and so we can begin. We'll have the lectures, some conversations, and then we'll go visit the exhibition at 7 and also celebrate. Thank you.
Venim a explicar que això de la independència...
Where are
alive, but something died, I fear. I really tried to make
sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day. It's a new life for me, yeah. It's a new day, new life for me.
So, good afternoon. Thank you very much for staying here and following the afternoon lectures. And I think that we'll start right away. because we're very curious to know the stories behind the projects that shortly we saw this morning in the short videos that in the exhibition you can see in their full length. So the first presentations that we will have, and then we will ask also some of the jury members afterwards, after these 10, 15-minute presentations, to make some questions and have a short conversation. So the first presentation I would like to ask is Francesca Torzo, who designed and built Z33, to come with me. Francesca, we can give you some water. And we would really like to invite you to present Z33 and your experiences. Thank you very much. Acqua?
Acqua, sì. Meraviglioso.
Sì?
Sì. Oops. Allora, can you hear me? Yes. And Anna? I don't know where is Anna. No. Anna. Okay. Perfetto. When I do so. Okay. First, I would like to thank Anna Ramos for her words on Ukraine today, because it's very important, I think, that we remember the real world we are living in, which is beyond our control, but is within our hopes. So thank you, Anna Ramos. And now I will begin. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a beautiful day to honor the practice of architecture, sharing diverse experiences to convey a sense of trust, both in our society and in our profession. This speech wishes to contribute to a dialogue and offer a point of view among many others. I am daring to expose my thoughts given the heights of my respect for the commitment of this cultural institution. Building is one of the oldest of human activities, always alive, in transformation. I would say always new, as it expresses the limits and possibilities of alternating societies. Building serves and reveals life. On one side, architects offer the settings for people's everyday life. This novel and prosaic combination of a way of living, producing, and existing. On the other, architects express the decor of a society. In Latin, decorum meant beauty, that which had grace and was rightful for the society. We may thus name decor as the dignity of the multitude of citizens. That dignity embedded in the constants in which customs, ethics, and culture of all time are integrated and survive society's transformations. The citizens of Hasselt have been protecting through centuries the integrity of the 18th century beguinage, an insular architectural complex of beguines houses stitched around a garden and a church. They made space, and in time, they built structures with different scopes, as that of production, a gin factory, or that of social representation, as the Museum Vleugel 58. All of these buildings not only preserve the continuity of the built border around the garden, but moreover, have translated the cultural posture of the beguines' houses, which are characterized by almost blind walls toward the street and a filigree of openings towards the interior garden. Z33, House for Contemporary Art, designed architecture extension, settles in continuity with this non-authorial wisdom of time past. On the front, a solid continuous brick wall, 60 meters long and 11 meters high, faces a street. The only three openings are niches of shade, embroidered by plants, a breath of the city. On the back, the dense score of windows facing the garden takes on the rhythm with the existing. This enduring act of reconfirmation of the identity of the beguinage without reproducing buildings in language or forms of other epochs, makes real what people found valid, worthy of surviving. Somehow, it expresses the innate need of people to belong to lengths of time that expand beyond the lifespan of an individual human being. That need to feel part of something bigger than just ourselves. Our societies seem to be in discomfort nowadays with the word continuity, as if this word would implicitly induce to an authoritarian either disengaged stillness, withholding individuals and society from growth and freedom. But is it not precisely having been a condition for being and for inventing our future? Isn't reality, the experience lived and acted, the beginning of our tomorrow? A building is not an object, nor a social or political experiment. A building is a building. It has weight and sizes. It stays in place for decades, sometimes for centuries or millennia, and as a fact, it comes to be as part of an existing anthropic context, may it be an urban or natural landscape. This context is simply the layered amalgam of the history of humanity, an infinite intertwining of causes and consequences that chances at different velocities, some from day to day, others from year to year, and still others from century to century. Hasselt Historical Center, French Palaces, Wing 58, Italian Northern Villas. Wandering through streets, alleys, rooms, courtyards, gardens, and other rooms, other courtyards, other alleys, people recall familiar images, familiar as a folk melody or a fable can be. Isn't it wonderful how our minds constantly recompose in unpredictable ways experiences that our senses gathered just a few moments before, with other experiences that are far away in time and space, and that we keep archived in unknown ways. An entrance patio, a tree, a fountain. What do I remember? What do you remember? A building is a building. It revealed dialogues at distances of kilometers and kilometers, of decades and centuries. I believe that architects could challenge the idea of context, emancipated from the nostalgic figurations of a sense of place or from the simplified versions of analog city. Architects could initiate with freshness the discovery of the essential relations that people keep alive, thus allow us to share with others and for that reason belong to a civilization. In Les Sacs du Printemps, a bassoon opens the suite singing a theme which weaves a Lithuanian popular theme with Carpathian shepherd's song and melodies from Tibet. These distant dialogues are mysterious. They are genuine and lived as such by people. Human beings can't be without a sense of wonder, and they need to renew a meaningful relation with reality. The beginning of any kind of assignment are the scopes and the budgets, as well as administrative constraints such as plot of property and actual urban and building regulations. The work of an architect begins building the tools to negotiate these constraints as means to reveal meaningful relations. Z33 scope of extending the existing wing dated 1958 by engineer Daniels is translated into an ensemble of simple rooms that vary in size, proportion, and light atmosphere, somehow similar to an urban context. The plurality of roots and the specificity of spaces question the cultural hegemony of the white cube legacy and invites artists, curators, and visitors to confront this context and be active in these spaces. A building is a result of the work of many people, a public assignment, and numerous cultural and political actors. Years of consultation processed by the client, an international competition in 3 stages, the development of an experimental jointless facade, 2 public tenders, 365 working days of building site for almost 5,000 square meters. Small budget, 1,500 € per square meter, and small team. 1 artistic director and 1 manager. 1 local architect, 2 building site directors, a team of 12 workers, and a design team of 3 to 5 people per year. Almost all students. Me and my team have learned that architects can challenge the stillness which may arise either from the inevitable protection of comfort zones defined by roles or system patterns, from habits, or from the equally inevitable fear of change. Through failing, we learned. Through joy, we learned. We have built a continuous dialogue with all actors involved, addressing conflicts and disagreement with an open mind with the aim of a feasible process, which would not compromise the quality and integrity of the vision we committed to. A building is a building. A building is ownership of people we mostly do not know. We architects should take people as intelligent, as much as vulnerable, and recognize their need to reconnect to fabulation and to a language, or langue, contradictory ingredients that allow us to share an understanding and an imaginary of things. Architects' tools are culture and technique. Leon Battista Alberti wrote that the purpose of architecture is that of providing beauty as well as satisfy necessity. For centuries, all arts had the goal of beauty through mastering technique. And strangely nowadays, societies seem to address beauty as something subjective, an individual aesthetics. Could beauty be readdressed as a collective dignity? The dagger of citizens. And how can we architects serve this sense of dignity? I believe there is the need of a cultural and technical maturity in the profession, with an empathy towards both present reality and past cultures. My experience, all tools already exist, but they may have been forgotten or disguised. Tools to build belong to a present living society, but the past offers us ways to think. Human facts, in fact, are specific, since cultural and political agreements, as well as the techniques and availability of means and materials, are specific to an historical time and cannot be reproduced. Roman walls, opus incertum, opus reticulatum, opus mixtum, have depths of meters, a depth necessary to anchor myriads of small stones or bricks in a mass of cementitious conglomerate. The result unfeasible today, yet we may translate with significance their essence by present means. 3 years study 68 color brick tests, 20 mortar tests, 103 brick types, 34,000 bricks, 5-meter displacement, only 3 millimeter of tolerance masonry work, 2 men making bricks, 5 men making the facade, dozens and thousands of drawings. All of this work does not show anywhere, thankfully, but it is necessary for a feasibility with meaning, which is the core for sustainable society. Arendt, Neue National Galerie and Altes Museum columns in Berlin, one column, one culture phrased in languages, forms, and building techniques a century and something apart. These distant dialogues seem to find substance in the specificity of relations among the parts, even if buildings, as all human facts, may mean one thing to one person and another thing to another person. They are fascinating, unbelievable. Mies van der Rohe, 1924. We want to put our feet firmly on the ground, but we want to reach for the clouds with our heads. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Francesca. We really enjoyed the visit to Z33, and I would really invite you all, whenever you're in Brussels, an hour train trip or travel to Hasselt, and really worth the visit. Thank you also for the great presentation, and I would now like to ask, I think it's going to be Marta, or Marta and Jose, Marta, to also come up here and show us this wonderful housing, which has been an absolutely transformation in what we know about social housing, at least here in Barcelona, or the metropolitan area of Barcelona, in Cornellà. Gracias, Marta.
¿Sí? No tengo que aquí. Vale. Buenas tardes.
Sí, el verde.
Sí. Muchas gracias. Primero me vais a permitir que antes de empezar a explicar el proyecto, agradecimientos, ¿no? En primer lugar, a nuestro joven equipo de colaboradores internos del despacho, gente muy joven que se deja la piel como nosotros, así que Guillem, entre tantos, muchas gracias. También a nuestros colaboradores externos, incondicionales, que han hecho posible estar aquí, y especialmente también a los promotores, ¿no? Porque sin el IMSOL, sin el AMB, sin nadie que crea desde la primera fase del concurso hasta el final en un proyecto así, sin riesgo, no se llega a hacer esto, ¿no? Sí, especialmente gracias, Josep Mariya, porque sin ti no estaría este edificio. Dicho esto, pues agradecer mucho al jurado, ¿no? A Tatiana, a George, a Mia, a Marcel, a Spiros, a Trin, a Francesca, el reconocimiento, porque el reconocimiento de estar entre los 5 finalistas a los premios Mies van der Rohe es para nosotros un gran honor y sobre todo un reconocimiento a la vivienda social, nuestro sueño, y a apostar por plantear, por buscar una nueva manera de habitar y una nueva manera de construir más sostenible. Dicho esto, 85 viviendas en Cornellà, en el área metropolitana de Barcelona, en la ronda del litoral, en un barrio, el barrio San Ildefons, un barrio obrero, ¿no? Donde la renta per cápita es de 11.550 euros al año, y en una zona de fricción entre el barrio y el ensanche, con un planeamiento absolutamente impuesto por el urbanismo, y en el que nosotros estábamos absolutamente limitados, donde el gálibo edificatorio, la edificabilidad y la normativa coincidían 100%. Aquí vemos un poco el edificio, cómo se percibe desde dentro y este entorno con una gran presencia, ¿no? Así que un poco la hoja en blanco que explica el inicio del proyecto tiene que ver con esa no decisión sobre el lugar, sobre el entorno, y partir, por tanto, desde plantearse esa manera de habitar desde dentro, ¿no? Una parcela pues, de 51 por 41 metros y un patio también obligatorio de 25 por 15. Empezamos a pensar en habitaciones, no tanto en una agregación de viviendas, no tanto en un edificio como tal de habitaciones, sino como un edificio de vivienda convencional, sino pensar desde cómo agregar habitaciones. Y por tanto, la primera pregunta que nos hacemos es de cómo estos 114 espacios que decidimos acabar planteando, la primera pregunta es cuál tiene que ser la dimensión de una habitación. Y puesto que hablo en un ámbito europeo, decir que en Barcelona los mínimos normativos son muchas veces los máximos y por tanto la vivienda social se caracteriza por habitaciones de 6, 8 y 10 metros cuadrados. Con lo cual, apostar por habitaciones de 13 metros cuadrados, que yo diría que salen de 3 referencias. Una primera que es la habitación japonesa, nuestro máximo referente, por su flexibilidad, por su ambigüedad de uso, por su neutralidad, pero sobre todo por esta idea de que en la casa japonesa las habitaciones no tienen el nombre del uso, sino el número de tatamis. Cuando entras a una habitación con tatamis, sabes percibir la escala del espacio, puesto que sabemos que un tatami tiene la medida que ocupa una persona al yacer en el suelo. Por tanto, podemos medirlo, podemos percibir su escala humana, pero sin embargo no sabemos cómo se usa. Nos interesaba mucho esa idea de flexibilidad. También su porosidad, el hecho de que las habitaciones tienen cuatro puertas, ¿no? Muchas veces. Eso era muy sugerente para nosotros. Y contrastando esta medida de unos 13 metros cuadrados de superficie, que permiten que en una misma habitación se produzcan distintas actividades a lo largo del día, de la misma manera que una misma actividad se pueda dar en distintas habitaciones de la casa japonesa. También había otras propuestas como la habitación más especializada, una de las variantes de la cocina de Frankfurt, de Gretel Isotsky, que en el año 24 taylorizó, ¿no? De alguna manera optimizó los movimientos y las actividades dentro de la cocina. Y también la habitación para pensar de Le Corbusier, la Petit Cabanon. Por tanto, este 366 por 366 va a ser nuestro horizonte. Cuando esto lo ponemos en contexto y teniendo en cuenta de que hablamos de viviendas de los estándares de la vivienda social, de alrededor de 70-75 metros cuadrados, decir, bueno, que toda esta investigación o que un proyecto así no sale de un día para otro. Hace 15 años perdíamos los concursos con propuestas parecidas, ha hecho falta una crisis, ha hecho falta que un promotor público se pare, que vuelva unos años después y decida apostar por estas nuevas plantas, estas nuevas formas de habitar, y que nosotros en paralelo, pues, por ejemplo, en mi tesis doctoral hemos investigado. En este caso, la casa japonesa a través del cine Yasuhiro Ozu, un cineasta japonés que nos explica o que nos permite ver cómo se habita, que era lo que a nosotros nos interesaba, ¿no? Bueno. 114 espacios distribuidos con una corona circular, con una corona central de espacios servidores, 4 agregaciones de 4 o 5 viviendas por rellano y desde el concurso esta idea de la habitación del 366, una crujía estructural muy adecuado para el sistema de construcción en madera. Y seguramente esta planta hipnótica con este fuerte patrón geométrico, donde no se distingue casi el límite entre las viviendas, donde se parte de la habitación comunidad vivible y proyectual, ¿no? Y donde esta especie de jerarquización, ¿no? Donde incluso la escalera, ¿no? De alguna manera se somete o responde a las mismas leyes, ¿no? ¿Cuál es el desarrollo de una escalera que quepa en estos 366 por 366? Y un poco el proceso, no sé si se llega a apreciar bien, ¿no? Pero cómo redibujamos la planta las veces que haga falta, si hace falta con diferencias de milímetros, de centímetros, porque nuestra intención es que todo cambie para que nada cambie, ¿no? Esa expresión que explica cómo desde el concurso hasta el proyecto construido parece que no ha pasado nada, parece que es el mismo proyecto y sin embargo ha habido todo un camino a recorrer para que nada se pierda, ¿no? Esto que explicaba antes, ¿no? Cómo la escalera está en contacto con a esa medida de la habitación. También le pedimos que los espacios comunitarios respondan o se inserten en el mismo patrón, de manera que se eliminan todos los pasillos de la planta, tanto privativos como comunitarios, para obtener su máximo rendimiento. Y la manera de habitar. ¿Cuál es la primera decisión de esta planta? Seguramente la más neurálgica es el decidir colocar la cocina en el centro, abrirla de manera que se visibilice el trabajo doméstico, por tanto incluir de alguna manera el género, la perspectiva de género, y sobre todo apostar por esta desjerarquización de la planta a partir de que esa medida de 13 metros cuadrados sobre todo se iguale en el resto de habitaciones. Decíamos antes en el vídeo que robábamos metros a la sala de estar para redistribuirlos, ¿no? Porque en el fondo estamos hablando de la superficie de una vivienda convencional simplemente redistribuida, siempre en el límite de la normativa, ¿no? Siempre decimos que nuestro trabajo es muy local porque necesitamos conocer los límites de la normativa de todas, las estatales, las autonómicas, las municipales. Y algo que se ve, bueno, que intenta explicar este dibujo con varios colores es la adaptabilidad en el tiempo, una ambigüedad, una flexibilidad que no tiene que ver tanto con la movilidad de los paramentos, sino con esta suficiente superficie para que genere esa ambigüedad de uso. Acceso a través de terrazas, a la mitad de las viviendas se accede a través de terrazas. Y algo que es muy importante para nosotros, que siempre buscamos en todos nuestros proyectos de vivienda social, son las dobles circulaciones, lo que en amarillo está representando, ¿no? Todas las habitaciones tienen como mínimo 2 puertas. En el concurso éramos más radicales, incluso 3 puertas, buscando esa porosidad de la casa japonesa, que después de la pandemia todos reconocemos lo importante que es que la casa nos permita ser paseada, nos permita recorrer sin llegar a lugares estancos, ¿no? Ir enlazando recorridos. Tras cada recorrido hay una percepción del espacio, hay una manera de percibir que va cambiando en función de cómo la recorres, y eso hace que la vivienda parezca mucho mayor de lo que es. Y la dimensión común, ¿no? En el proyecto podríamos haber entrado a los 4 núcleos que ocupan las 4 escaleras, las 4 esquinas del patio desde el exterior. Sin embargo, apostamos por generar este lugar, esta plaza de encuentro, de manera que todos los vecinos, a través de un gran pórtico en planta baja, a través de una puerta de escala urbana, acceden a este lugar de encuentro con lo que nosotros llamamos la dimensión común, ¿no? Este lugar compartido donde, teniendo en cuenta que estamos hablando de vivienda con un acceso convencional, donde no existe una comunidad a priori y por tanto hay que fomentarla, como cualquier sistema, cualquier modelo de sostenibilidad social para nosotros debe fomentar las relaciones humanas y el uso de lo común, y por tanto aquí hay una apuesta por intentar empezar a construir desde la arquitectura, generar un soporte que fomente las relaciones humanas, esa plaza de encuentro para los vecinos, que por otro lado la misma relación visual con todas las viviendas garantice una cierta seguridad desde la perspectiva de género. También toda una estrategia climática con este patio, un edificio completamente orientado a sur, donde la diferencia de presión, de temperatura entre el espacio sombrío del porche y el espacio comunitario que hay en la cubierta genera siempre una agradable corriente de aire que mejora la ventilación de todas las viviendas, ¿no? Y esos 2 recorridos que polarizan lo público y lo comunitario en la diagonal del edificio. Y a partir de aquí voy a hacer un recorrido rápido, ¿no? Como intentar visitar el edificio. Esta es la escala de puerta urbana, esta idea de gradiente, esa búsqueda de espacios intermedios entre lo público y lo privado. De manera. Bueno, nos preocupaba mucho que en un barrio como el que se inserta este edificio, todos los filtros, todos los elementos de planta baja tuvieran un carácter de reja que nos preocupaba, que fuera hostil, y así utilizamos una malla que está omnipresente en todo el edificio, una malla electrosoldada que desde ciertos puntos de vista desaparece completamente y se convierte más en un velo que en un elemento antiintrusión. Esta idea de pasar a través de este lugar donde la vegetación tímida, ¿no? Intenta refrescar el espacio. Y a partir de aquí la ascensión a través de la escalera, que tiene una constante relación visual con ese espacio comunitario, para llegar a los espacios comunes en la última planta, un lugar que ahora tendrán que decidir cómo gestionan los vecinos. Y finalmente esta decisión de entrar a la vivienda por terrazas, ¿no? De eliminar el vestíbulo, eliminar el recibidor y convertir ese espacio intermedio, ¿no? Esa idea de que la puerta no es una frontera, la puerta de la casa, sino que es un filtro, ¿no? Y que genera esta complicidad entre lo comunitario y lo privativo. Y bueno, esta ya es esa idea de entro a mi casa por el balcón. Y la secuencia de habitaciones comunicantes, ¿no? Cuando alguien mira la planta por primera vez, parece una estructura rígida que de alguna manera encorseta la manera de habitar. Pero sin embargo, cuando visita los espacios, el hecho de decidir cuál es el umbral de relación entre ellos, de manera que la dimensión de la habitación nos permite el uso, pero también se desdibujan los límites y se produce este efecto de enfilade de habitaciones comunicantes que hacen que el espacio parezca mayor de lo que es, ¿no? Con lo cual, esa aparente rigidez de la planta se transforma en una planta muy cambiante en función de cómo se abren las puertas, los espacios se suman o se relacionan de diferentes maneras. La cocina en el centro, con esta idea de visibilización del trabajo doméstico, y un término muy cinematográfico, siempre importante para nosotros, que es el espacio fuera de campo, ¿no? Esta construcción de unos límites visuales que siempre generan un espacio como entre bastidores, un espacio fuera de campo que no vemos pero que somos capaces de imaginar y que cualquier proyecto de superficie ajustada valora, ¿no?, esa construcción de ese espacio fuera de campo que permite que la casa parezca mayor de lo que es físicamente, objetivamente medible. Y la indeterminación, ¿no? Esta idea de que dar la máxima libertad de apropiación del espacio al usuario, que un poco decide cómo quiere habitar. Y cómo se circula por una casa sin pasillos, ¿no? El hecho de colocar la cocina en el centro permite esta idea de circulaciones por filtración, no por canalización, no por un espacio exclusivamente dedicado a la circulación, sino que deambulas de un espacio a otro generándose esta sensación de permeabilidad a través de la planta, ¿no? Y filtros, puesto que había esta distancia de proximidad entre los vecinos, un tratamiento muy distinto en la fachada interior, con todas estas mallas que decíamos que eran este filtro en planta baja, también permiten la antiintrusión, bloquean, digamos, el acceso a las viviendas, la intrusión, pero a la vez, sobre todo, era una sugerencia a construir un soporte, ¿no?, un filtro visual entre las viviendas que de alguna manera permita la intimidad de los usuarios. Y trabajar siempre desde reducir, ¿no? Con los mínimos, con muy pocos elementos, con muy pocos materiales y a través de la geometría. Por ejemplo, aquí eliminamos kilos de hierro, eliminamos pasamanos. Hay 3.400 metros cuadrados de envolvente en el edificio, con lo cual pensarlos de una manera muy óptima, en este caso a través del pliegue, a través de la geometría y la optimización de los materiales, nos permitía reducir costes y también emisiones. Y la idea del umbráculo en nuestro clima era como muy importante generar este espacio en el que colocamos la protección solar en el plano exterior, protección también de la intimidad a través de estos screens, de estos filtros visuales. Es blanco y el suelo también lo es para reflejar al máximo la radiación, para que sea un espacio fresco y bueno, una fachada ventilada y el sistema de la madera, ¿no? Un envolvente que cambia a lo largo del día, porque las mallas en función, aquí las vemos a contraluz, la transparencia, donde la segunda piel tiene como más presencia y en ciertos momentos la malla de fuera tiene como mucho más protagonismo en función de cómo le da la luz en esta visión de la esquina del edificio, ¿no? Y un proyecto construido en madera, ¿no? Otra gran impuesta, he de decir, también por parte del promotor, por esta investigación, porque ha sido toda una investigación, de cómo conseguir dejar vista la madera, de cómo conseguir aprovechar todas sus prestaciones higrotérmicas, atmosféricas, digamos, en las viviendas, ¿no? Y una optimización de la madera. En el concurso era todo paredes de carga de CLT y un proceso de destilación, de intentar averiguar cuál era el comportamiento estructural más óptimo para poder reducir la cantidad del cubicaje de madera que al final repercute en el coste del edificio y, por otro lado, las ventajas de la planta libre. Seguramente si tuviéramos que quedarnos con un detalle constructivo del edificio sería este ensamblaje con esta pieza de acero galvanizado que permite la continuidad de las jácines y de los pilares, donde a un quinto de la luz, donde el momento es cero, ¿no?, se producen todas las juntas, lo cual al final se traduce en una optimización, como decía, de la madera, ¿no?, donde los pasos de instalaciones son simplemente juntas abiertas, ¿no?, y donde todo el control numérico, toda la industrialización ha permitido la optimización del edificio. Y bueno, la diferencia entre el concurso y la propuesta construida, donde hay pues el doble, ¿no?, el doble de la mitad de madera, y por tanto la mitad de madera también significa el doble de sostenible. Un plano de la estructura, donde el hecho de, por ejemplo, solo mantener los muros de carga, los dos anillos de las fachadas y los núcleos de escalera, ¿no? Núcleos verticales que permiten contrarrestar la acción del viento, nos permite, por otro lado, optimizar y pasar a pilares muy finos el resto de la estructura. Y por otro lado, pues la ventaja de la planta libre, ¿no? Y bueno, un poco el antes y el después. Y bueno, como el patio, ¿no? Es la cuarta habitación, la habitación común que completa ese enfilade del que toda la casa participa y del que, de alguna manera, tener este espacio es tener conciencia un poco de lo común, de la comunidad a la que perteneces, ¿no? Cuando luego visitamos el edificio, ¿no? Decir también que hemos hecho un gran esfuerzo por comunicar tanto a los usuarios como a los vecinos del barrio. He de decir que cuando llegamos aquí, puesto que el solar era el resultado de la demolición de un cine muy querido, el cine Pisa, por el barrio, nos encontrábamos pancartas que decían Pisa sí, que era el nombre del cine, pisos no. Realmente ganarnos a los vecinos, ganarnos su confianza y el reconocimiento, esta exposición que se ha quedado de manera permanente está impoluta, ha sido respetada y yo creo que los propios vecinos del barrio están orgullosos de este edificio. Y bueno, volver al edificio cuando está habitado, habéis podido ver en la exposición testimonio de habitantes. Es bonito ver cómo cobra vida, cómo esta especie de escenario de la ventana indiscreta, de lo que significa 85 viviendas entrando y saliendo, todas las dinámicas que genera el propio edificio, todas las rutinas, ¿no? O todas las complicidades que van apareciendo y que de alguna manera son siempre un escenario, ¿no? Con lo cual todos los vecinos tienen esta sensación de pertenencia a una comunidad. Y finalmente, pues un vídeo que en el tiempo que quede, si es que queda. En realidad esto es antes de ser habitado. Hemos de decir que nosotros no trabajamos con usuarios finalistas, no los conocemos, trabajamos como mucho con perfiles y por tanto como arquitectos siempre nos planteamos que los proyectos que hacemos respondan a algo muy claro, es nosotros aquí viviríamos, ¿no? O sea, estamos proyectando en el fondo también como si tuviéramos nosotros que vivir, ¿no? Entonces es un poco el testimonio de cómo se habita este lugar para nosotros como arquitectos, desde la mirada, desde cómo se recorre y desde esta especie de silenciosa estancia, ¿no? Que queda ahí y que habrá que contrastar, que habrá que cruzar con ese retorno del edificio habitado. También que esa porosidad que buscamos es la planta, todo el edificio, si los vecinos son generosos, la visual es capaz de alargar, de cruzar el patio, de pasar al otro lado de la vivienda y por tanto parte de la hipnosis que produce la planta tiene que ver también con lo que luego pasa en el edificio, ¿no? De esta especie de enfilade de espacios que atraviesan el inmueble. Tal vez si hubiéramos podido abrir todas las puertas que queríamos, ¿no? Seguramente el usuario, ¿no? Final pues quizá no se hubiese adaptado tan bien. Decir que pensamos los edificios a 100 años vista y que esperamos que en el futuro pueda tener esa porosidad que nosotros, especialmente desde la pandemia, valoramos, porque probablemente cambie nuestra manera de percibir la intimidad. Ya no es ese espacio que asociamos a la habitación como ese lugar donde guardamos nuestras cosas, sino que la intimidad ahora es más líquida, es menos, ¿no? Acaba estableciéndose entre nuestras manos, entre nuestro móvil y nosotros, ¿no? Con lo cual entendemos que una manera de habitar mucho más porosa, mucho más permeable, tiene cabida en lo que a nosotros nos gustaría imaginar la vivienda del futuro. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Marta. And I would like to ask Georg Pendel and Trino Yari from the jury to also come up here together with Francesca. And Jose, you're also coming so that we can have a brief conversation and learn a little bit more about the works. We asked both Georg and Trin to think about one question that would help us start this conversation. Yo puedo traducir, Marta? You can sit, yeah. Wherever you wish. We have 3 chairs here and 3 chairs there. So Marta and Jose. Yeah, no, we can be in front of the... Okay. No. Go in the middle.
So?
We could do it in English and I will translate for Marta.
No, but she said that she speaks in Spanish.
Yeah, but you don't. Don't worry.
So it doesn't. It works. Good. So hello and thank you for the presentations. And as Ivan said, we were asked to ask one question each of you. And I start with you, Francesca. I think you are quite special type of an architect. And I would like to ask from you the question about the role of the architect. In your speech and also in the conversations we have had previously, you stressed the importance to be humble, to be quiet, and also the building should be quiet, not shouting as loud as the nowadays the architectural media maybe tends to show us, that every architect and every building should be as loud as possible, as to stand out, to express itself. So your attitude and your concept is totally different. So can you develop on that how you reflect your role as an architect nowadays? It's not easy to be quiet. It's not easy to be, as you expressed in your speech, it's almost like medieval master that you had, architect who has workers who build a very special wall for her and so on. It's somehow I felt it's very traditional way of being architect. So can you reflect on this? Is it your conscious choice or, yeah, please.
I think your question opens very worth reflections and questions on our profession. I think there is indeed, as we shared before, far too much pressure on architects to provide a state of legacy, to be active in their profession. And this very often is translated in being authors or co-creators of a brand new vision of the universe. And if that is applied to what makes the body of a city, I think it may be invasive, but that also reflects a question on society, I think. It is a time, there was this Alain Touraine, a French sociologist, that was describing far in the 90s a kind of Cassandra. This process, coexisting process of a centripet phenomena and a centrifugal phenomena. So there is a kind of a mass of information where all the universe almost is present at the same time, and then you have hypertrophia or miniaturized identities. If we bring this to a city, if every given building has to be solo or something between brackets special, I think that our walk in the street is less pleasant, very down to earth, because there is too much catching our attention every given step. No? And I believe that the activity of building takes lengths of time because it's a cultural act, and it is processed in time by many societies, human beings alive. So there was this reading, first by Rossi, for example, but before by Alberti, and then after, also now today by Merkley, where there is this body of housing which makes the anonymous quiet walkway of our cities. And I wish that there is a re-engagement with a trust which needs a kind of secular faith in something shared. Which means that if we have something we can believe in, we don't need to be that special. Because there is a society, a culture where we can refer to. So I'm not a Rician, I'm not historical, I'm just a very down-to-earth architect. And I think that still architects change the reality we live every day, which means they feed, cultivate everyday thoughts unnoticedly. And I think that this contrast of a demand for a stand on individuality corresponds precisely to our time in history. But there is always a wonder of human beings that they can hope and wish. So that is where I stand. I wish we can renew believing in something bigger than us as mere individuals. That's the ground and earth of humble and quiet. More quiet. It's quiet with pride.
So you take this your position for your future work as well, or it's your credo, or how you say it in English? It's your...
Yeah, at the end of the day, there is a built building. Does it matter, Francesca, that much? Honestly, not much.
Honestly?
Honestly, yeah. I think that what is built matters more, because that is in the hands, in the lives of people we don't know. And then when we are walking, like, let's say 80% of the, no, exaggerated, maybe 75% of the built concept we live are layered historical contexts. It's a fact. No judgment, no opinion, it's a fact. And that is because literally what we get is what survives, which means what people make survive. That's my point. So it's not Francesca. It is if with our profession we can contribute, we are able to listen, observe and listen attentively and enough and lively enough, intelligently enough to people needs now, but with consideration for what is there, because things takes time.
Thank you for your this position of being very humble and generous to the context and to the world in a way.
Yeah.
So.
But that is why I was so touched by the sentence I quoted by Mies. I always get tears in the eyes when I read it. No?
You mean Mies' text?
Yeah. Human beings can dream and stand up. So now we spoke before about the present time, which is fierce and frightening and very fragile, but human beings are capable of wonder and vision.
Let's hope that.
Well, I find the combination we have here, I find very interesting, especially in my view, it's a very different kind of, in a way, two ends of a rope in architecture. And we have had a very, quite a good variation of projects, which also reflects the colorfulness of Europe. And at this point, I want to thank Europe, Creative Europe, to fund this project, this prize, and the European Commission. I think it's a very good brick in the wall to build up this continent as a cultural continent as well, having a cultural spirit, mutual. And I mean, starting, I have the same question to both of you, so it's easier. Your project started with a very, let's say, constructive, a very, it was a very clear concept how to build up the thing. It's very intellectual. It's even a bit rigid, which was also the question when visiting the place. Is it rigid? And still, it has, in my feeling, it creates a certain coziness in the apartments, which is important because this is where people are living their life if they are not outside. And yeah, this is my description. And in your project, I was walking through, and I had a bit. I was asking you actually, is this all new? And you said yes. And I was, because of this answer, I was then thinking about in the next night, and I kind of got into my mind that this wandering through this museum, this reminded me a bit of my idea when I was reading the book of Mr. Umberto Eco, The Name of the Rose, when they were circulating in this monastery, and which created for me a very similar spirit. So it's a very different approach of creating new architecture, which I think is very valuable, but very particular. And my question to both of you is, how rational is your work?
No answer.
Okay, 1 minute to think about it. No, maybe your work looks very rational, but it's very artisan. You know, we have the concept is very important, but then how to achieve to that concept, that it goes step by step, centimeter by centimeter, and we believe that working a lot with the same concept, improve it. You know, it's not a fast idea. You know, anything is fast. We need things to go slow and to, you know, there's a day that you understand what you're doing. You know, you begin thinking that you know what you're doing, but one day you realize that the project has its own slows. So there is a moment that you begin very rational, but then you begin to listen to the project, and the project tells you many things that you have to be very attentive to read them. So maybe the rational approach is the first movement, but it's not enough. You know, you have to be very patient, and you have to be very attentive to find out how to not lose things, and how to get further, and how to understand really what you're doing. It's not always what you thought you were wanted to do. So for us, there is we are like artisans, you know. It's the handicraft. Yeah, that's our idea.
Yeah. sometimes close, but maybe it's very fascinating. Maybe it's to question what is rational. No? So rational is what belongs to the mind and the soul. But we could address rational as ordo, like order. So how you set the rules of the game. That, for example, if I recall correct, Wittgenstein was saying that the purpose of making the rules of the game is that of breaking them, to prove if they're good enough or if they have to be changed. That also regards society, I think. Or order, Stravinsky differently was saying that order, most of things in music are about disposing an order which weaves, how do I translate it? Which disposes the relation, tunes the relation between man and time. And in that sense, maybe I'm thinking to your remarks, I'm thinking question is like if you set a discipline, because it's a humanistic and technical profession, being an architect. So you set rules of the game because you need to manage economy. You have to be a responsible manager of money of others. You have to make buildings sound. Then if you set rules of the game, are you sound enough to diverge from the rule if it's not good enough? And you said, I need to do craft because sometimes a rule is not right. So I need adjustment. And that's one thing that also I totally share with the unraveling of Z33. Another part, I think, is this remark, or this reflection by Stravinsky about tuning a relation between man and time. So we can imagine that you have a score for music, but they are different voices, and it all happens in one time. That's so our spaces. And spaces react and live of kilometers out. No? If we have gardens or woods, or as you had in the video that your colleague Marta showed, now you had the built environment which was contributing to the interior. So nothing is ever alone. In that sense, ratio now is creating this order that considers, I think, a bigger context. And for me, the fascination was to multiply that.
Yeah, my question to you about the Cornellà housing. Actually, it struck me when we, as a jury, we met all the authors of the 5 finalists and the architects, and they all were very happy and they were very genuine. It's a wish to make a world a better place. I mean, it's all the projects somehow improved the current world. And thank God for that. And somehow, well, my question to you is, now I'm this journalist who asks this one question. What is the one thing in Cornellà social housing which you wanted to improve this current situation in social housing, which we know it's not so good? So this one thing you are happy of, or this one gesture, or this one thing you changed in a plan, or how you made the living standard of the inhabitants whom you didn't know actually, it was anonymous clients. So can you say that which was this most important aspect in this project?
Okay, yo creo que tienes que contestar tú. No, Marta? Okay, I'll try that she answers. No, habla de la matriz de habitaciones.
You have to convince her to answer.
No. Now, for us, maybe the project has met many goals, the sustainability, the construction, but for us, the way of living, it's the most important improvement we did with this building, and just like, because with the time we are realizing that it fits better with the new century and the new changes that are happening in life, because we understand that now the idea of the family and the idea we relate with us are changing,
Yes.
and the spaces we need are changing. And you know, I always say that when we do competitions, we never draw a television, because even though my generation watch television, the generations are big. They are coming below. They don't understand why we do look to the same dispositive, the same. So we always draw like the two sofas to talk, you know, and that means that things are happening, things are changing. So the relation with the communications, it's an individual thing that is happening. So the house needs more in the bigger individual spaces. So
So it's flexibility maybe then, or?
yeah, but maybe with the time we realized that it was a good idea, but maybe at the beginning we were not so sure. But for us, the main contribution of Cornellà, it's this idea of working with this not hierarchy, with this flexible house, with these equal rooms that it's not about the typical family. You can share the house with friends, and there's no. So for us, this is the main contribution of Cornellà. Is it answers?
Yeah. So how to express that, change the nature of the family actually, or concept of the family in a space or apartment or residential space? That's quite a thing, of course.
Yeah, that's
thank
the
you.
thing, that things are changing, and the space needs to change according to the social changing. And normally, you know, that's the reason why we only do social housing, because the private investors, they don't want to lead this change. Maybe when they see the change is working, they'll go ahead. But now, that's the reason we go to build through competitions, in order to be able to understand how has to change the way of living.
So, thank you very much, Marta, Jose, Francesca, Georg, and Trim. We will continue with the next presentation, and I want to remind you that we have water, we have coffee, there's some fruit, something to eat, so remember to drink something. And we will continue now. I would like to ask Matthew and Britta to present and to tell us more about Fritz 23, the building that we have celebrated this morning, and we continue doing so in Berlin. Afterwards, we will also have a presentation by Grand8. Matthew, yeah. Oh, I'm Britta, sorry. By Grand8 on the railway farm, and we will also have a short conversation like now. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, I have to practice this. We're not doing this every day. So, first of all, I don't know how to express. We're still totally, utterly overwhelmed to even be here. And we want to thank everybody here, you all, and the many, many, many people in Berlin that have made this project possible, and that have made it possible that now it gets this wide audience, and we hope that our ideas get spread via this. So thank you so much. And yeah, maybe this is a little bit refreshing here at this very moment, but this is a situation we sometimes still have in Berlin. And yeah, as you see on the photo, the most important aspects of the building are invisible. That's why we're trying to make it visible within our short 15 minutes, which is very not so long for the complexity of the project. And yeah, let's see how this works. Okay, yeah. So for us, and we believe, especially in times like these, it's even more important to practice dialogue because it's the opposite of polarization. And every single person involved in this project, including us, has learned a hell of a lot about democratic processes. Matthew and me, for 30 years now, are strongly interested in DIY urbanism because we've always believed that the DIY urbanism produces much more meaningful cities. And yeah, we're also very honored to be amongst all these other projects who a lot of them seem to share our ideas. So that's very encouraging. And every day we keep asking out, what does it mean to practice architecture now, and the different nows. And for Fritz 23, it was quite clear from the start that it was, to us, the most important thing that there's first the dialogue, and not only on one, but on 5 different levels, which we explain later, and only then the design. And by this approach, and this is a new approach to urban development still, and that way we managed to co-develop Germany's first cultural commercial project. And to do that, we had to start by building a community and again redefine our architectural practice. So Matthew will talk a little bit more about the background ideas. Yeah.
When we talk about our work, we like to introduce the term pre-structures, which is a term that we coined to describe the things that architects have to deal with that are beyond their normal sphere of action. And so these are things like economic and social and legal structures. And we believe that the way towards making a practice more innovative is to explore these pre-structural areas and try and change them so that as an architect you expand your radius of action. So this is a kind of invisible work that we deal with on a day-to-day basis, and we don't separate solving design problems from resolving these kind of pre-structural issues. They are having a huge influence on everything, of course, and this is becoming more and more apparent. And as we see our economic system colliding with our planetary limitations, we see very much how these structures are affecting us, and we also realize how important it is to find ways to take action to modify them. And so this is driving inequality, and it's serving the market's needs and not the people's needs, and it's creating gaps that are worsening social divergence, and it's just disrupting our urban systems, which need affordable space to continue. So if we're only allocating resources based on profit, this kind of spiral is only going to get worse and worse. And so we have to find ways to change that. And we are very interested in finding things that we can do with our own hands and feet, and finding ways that we can act as architects to do things differently. So we start with the question is, why leave the most important decisions to developers? And so we take on the role of becoming a developer to change that. Then we can answer all sorts of other questions that architects normally don't have access to, even though they have the expertise for it. So how can a project address the specific needs of a neighborhood? Or how can we fulfill people's long-term needs for space? Or what does participation mean? And how can we achieve it? And so we like to address these questions not in words on paper or in talks like these, but in actual processes and projects. So this is a diagram showing all these different spheres of negotiation that we took on with the project Fritz 23. As you can see, it's rather complicated. There's all the different actors and processes, and I can't really explain it here, but it's the only way to show the complexity behind it without using other forms. And these kind of processes are really important to creating relevant work. So this is a diagram of the 5 levels of participation that we explored with Fritz 23 and on a timeline. We'll go into a little bit of that now. So the first level we call negotiating city, and this is something a little bit that Florian spoke about this morning, and he was also quite involved in this phase of the project, or this level of dialogue. And he organized a series of workshops together with other activists called the Cook Kunst- und Kreativquartier, or Art and Creative Quarter. And this was 2 neighborhood workshops where neighbors were invited to discuss what they wanted to see happening in this area. And this was a fundamentally different approach to first start asking the people who live there, who are the real experts, what should happen here. These were drawn up in a plan, and we took our proposal for the site in the concept-based tender process from this plan. So they wanted an education center, they wanted a guest house, they wanted co-working, they wanted spaces for artists and ateliers and stuff like that. And this is the basis of our whole project. And together with Florian and many other activists, we founded the Initiative Stadtneudenken, or the Initiative for Rethinking the City. And this has been a very influential tool in Berlin politics. We have organized for the last 10 years 3 or 4 roundtables for urban land sale policies, where we have brought together different projects and different levels of government to discuss how can we make urban land sales work differently in Berlin, how can they change the policy. And over these 10 years, there's been significant progress on this policy change level, and FRITZ 23 is one of the examples of what is possible when urban land sales policy is done differently than the usual sold to the highest bidder. So this brings us to the next level, which was the concept-based tender process, where 3 sites in the middle of Berlin were sold not to the highest bidder, but to the best concept. At least 60% was the concept and 40% was the price. And this is a very extraordinary site because it was on the periphery of West Berlin, but when the wall came down 30 years ago, it all of a sudden became the center. So it was an industrial area that was no longer fit for the place. They moved out, and 3 of these sites were sold in a 18-month concept-based tender process, at the end of which there was a public discussion and a workshop and an exhibition to decide from the 6 finalists which 3 should go on towards realization.
So here you see the very abstract concept that we then handed in. There was no design of any building. So, and this is based on what the neighbors from this workshop wanted. So we suggested in this percentage 32% education, then creative industries, a bit of commercial spaces, short stay apartments, art and gastronomy. And the reason for this is that housing in that area, the percentage was far too high, but there was already a lack of small-scale workspaces because they were already starting to be gentrified to the periphery of Berlin. And another thing that was really important to us, that we try to develop this project as small scale and as mixed as possible. And and the third level of participation is that we had a community project development network with our colleagues, the other architects from the other 2 sites, Baufeld 4 and 5. And together we organized many projects, and this was the main important project, the Bauhütte. We've not only helped to finance it, but we also built it with our own hands together with many people, and together we organized over several years, and it's still alive, this place, as a meeting place for the neighborhood, lots of discussions, a flea market, parties, discussions. And so this was one of the projects we did together. And also we and the other colleagues from the other sides strongly believe as architects in cooperation, which is not the usual thing in our field, cooperation instead of competition. And here is one of the many meetings with our architects colleagues from the other sides. And and we learned a lot from each other, and we supported each other in difficult situations. And here we come to the 4th level of participation, which actually is pretty traditional in Berlin already, the Baugruppe model. It has been practiced in Berlin for more than 20 years now, very successfully, but only for housing. And because it is so successful, we thought it's about time to take it to this next level and try to build together with the people who actually need workspaces, the workspaces together. So, and it has different problems than housing, Baugruppe. And and here you see one of the more than 60 meetings with the partners of the project. And again, cooperation instead of competition. Here you can see the ownership structure because of legal reasons, because we have the non-profit education school for Berufsbildung in the project. They are not legally allowed to go into risk with other people, so we had to separate the site again, which was a long legal, difficult process. And here you can see the program, and we actually succeeded in what we suggested in the very beginning, and it's pretty small scale mix of almost, we have representatives of all cultural fields within the building. And this is how it turned into the build form, and the small scale mix is mainly in the middle. And this was the main most important date in 2013. By that time, we had enough partners together, and there was still no proper design of the building. You have to imagine that, all these people trusted us and the processes that we would, in the end, somehow together manage to build a building. And so we came together here at the notary to sign the contract for the site. And in the contract for the site, for the next 15 years, it's legally fixed that nothing else can happen there other than these percentages of education and creative industries, art, and so that will be controlled by the local authorities. And I think you're taking over.
Okay, so the final level of participation was a design-based a design process which we negotiated with the city to replace the architectural competition as a model for development of a cooperative a cooperative kind of development that can lead to a strong design. And in Germany or in Berlin, all public land sales are coupled with an architectural competition, which is a good idea. But if you're trying to develop things on a cooperative basis, you don't even have a client. So how are you going to have a competition? And so we proposed that we have a cooperative series of workshops. In the end, it was 4 workshops over 18 months when we met and discussed all the important issues, starting at the urban planning level and moving into the facade details at the end of it, with about 40 different people, representatives from the 2 levels of planning government in Berlin, local initiatives, neighbors, the people who are involved in the projects. And it was a very fruitful phase for us. Not only were we cooperating with the 2 other projects to develop the 3 sites in concert, but also as a cooperative, you might sort of know this, if you get a whole bunch of people together and they have to agree on a color, for instance, you end up with gray because that's the color that everybody can agree on. And whenever we had a conflicting situation, we could present different versions to this gremium, and they would discuss it and present us with recommendations. And this was really helpful for us to resolve conflict situations. There was one point where one of the people in the group believed that they had a calling to be an architect and came with their own drawings to the workshop, and it was really helpful to us to be able to have a proper discussion with a broad set of external experts when issues like this came up. So this is an example of how design of a process can have a huge influence on architectural quality, and it has a huge influence on what you can do as an architectural practice. So this is why we believe it's important to step into the phase of actually designing the processes so that we can actually have a better result at the end of it. And also to take the strength that we have as architects who know so much about processes in cities, to actually take these tools in our hands and use them, rather than just be shoehorned into existing processes that are so established. So within this design process, we answered a bunch of different questions. This is our landscape planner talking about the park. And this is the structural basis of the project. Was a very simple concrete frame where people could come and choose the spaces that they wanted that suited their needs and their means. And it turned into a kind of a complex Tetris game that developed over time, where a very simple physical structure enabled a huge amount of diversity. We tailored the 40 different units to the individual needs of each participant, which was a huge amount of work as an office, and I can't really recommend that in terms of a financial means to run an office on, but it was fascinating in terms of the process, and I think it had a huge effect on the architecture. It led to complex systems. This is a diagram of the pipes running through the building, and we wanted to find a way that we could express this complexity in a very simple form. We have a ground floor, which we put very active uses in. There's a zigzag line above that referencing the market hall that used to be on this site before the war. There's actually 3 legally separate sites which have one building on each thing, but these buildings have agreed to do it all together. And this was also an important expression. We wanted to express at one side the different sites and on the other side the unity of the project. And in an inversion of the normal developer approach of taking a large piece of land and gluing separate facades onto it, we've done the inverse to that. There's actually 3 smaller buildings that are combining into one. They say we belong together, and there's a band of charred larchwood binding all these 3 blocks together. So it's a simple symbol that expresses how this project grew. And then there's a 3rd layer of the facade where the windows and the balconies were chosen by the participants. Each one is positioned the way the users wanted them, and there is no system that is discernible from the outside that would explain this. There's no logical explanation. And so all these different forms of community are expressed in the building, and yet the primary reading of the building is one of a unified statement. So this is just a few images that I took over the years of the people in the building. We have a concert pianist who sometimes does performances in his unit. There's a woman doing upcycling on the ground floor in a workshop shop. There's a music score designer, communications. These are the short stay hotel apartments. There's a bicycle design studio who have a shop on the ground floor. There's a cafe as a meeting point, and also there's a very, very small gallery which is used for the community, and people can exhibit their things on a 3-week basis, and it's a very good way of bringing everybody together from the whole building and the neighborhood. So this is what the floor plan looks like, and you can sort of see the structural grid and the long corridor in the middle. These are the sort of the simple elements that connect all the other things, and it's about 45,000 square meters of usable floor space, and each floor is different, but these simple structural elements remain that connect everything. And so this sort of combination of a simple structure and a complex community has allowed us to create a very lively urban building block. And in enabling us to do that, we also designed participative processes and implemented them. And we believe that these supply models for other cities, and we hope that this prize will give a platform that these ideas can be spread around, because we really believe that this is the future of making cities, is doing it together. And it's really important to have the people understand that they can take these tools in their hands and make things with them. And we gave it a distinctive architectural expression, which was only made possible because we designed the processes in ways that would lead to a good result at the end of it. So a community project is a great thing. It can only lead to good architecture if a significantly greater effort is put into the way these processes work and the culture of democracy that is lived by the people who participate. Everyone who participated learned a lot over the process of the processes, and including ourselves. We also expanded the radius of our practice, and we believe that other architects have hopefully some inspiration from this, that they can also change the way they act in the world. And then if we talk about putting the dialogue first, what does that have for consequences? We believe that cities should involve everyone, that they're there for people and not for investment funds, that development should be based on workshops as a model rather than auctions. And then we ask ourselves, how can we as architects help? We believe that it's important to integrate activism into our practice, that things should be based on cooperation rather than competition, that we should concentrate on communities, building communities, and then building buildings around them, that ethics and aesthetics should have equal weight, and that we should focus on the city's needs. What does the city need here on this space now? it's also more and more important that we actually take an active process in activating the ground floors. As the whole commerce is changing, it's going to require an amount of creativity to keep our cities as lively places, and the ground floors are a key component of this. And we believe that it's always important to take the long-term perspective. So this is our building. It's a building built of processes, and to build the building, we built a whole lot of processes, and we're really happy that we were able to explain this to you, and we hope that you come to visit in Berlin. We'd love to show you around, and be happy to talk to you afterwards on a personal level. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Rita and Matthew. And I would like to invite now Clara, and who's going to speak? Okay, Clara, yeah, Julia, to the stage to learn more about the railway farm in Paris.
Hola, buenas tardes. Estamos muy felices de estar con ustedes en el Pavilion Mies de Rohe y tan honoradas de haber sido seleccionadas entre las 5 finalistas del premio Mies de Rohe europeo. En el nombre del equipo, agradezco especialmente el Programa Europea Creativa de la Comisión Europea, la muy simpática equipa de la Fundación Mies de Rohe, así como al jurado presidido por Tatiana Bilbao. Arquitectos y activistas del desarrollo sostenible y de las preguntas sociales, la cooperativa Grand8, fundada en 2018, es una agencia pluridisciplinar integrada por arquitectos, urbanistas, paisajistas y filósofos que desarrollan proyectos principalmente parisinos. El desarrollo de París, El desarrollo de París y de sus regiones, el Gran París, se inscribe en el marco de la evolución de las grandes metrópolis frente a los retos de sostenibilidad de los territorios y de sus poblaciones. Se pueden mencionar 3 desafíos principales: el reto social, de mutabilidad, de mixidad y de compromiso de los ciudadanos en la fabricación de los proyectos. El reto económico, con la circularidad que permite volver a comprometer una dinámica local para favorecer la integración social. El desarrollo de nuevos modelos económicos que asocian clientes, operadores, paisajistas y arquitectos. Y también una dinámica de economía virtuosa, beneficiosa para todos. El reto político también, con el compromiso y la concienciación de los poderes decisorios que ahora desarrollan herramientas de procesos integradas. Nuestra agencia se desarrolla en este contexto muy específico del este de París, donde el mundo asociativo es muy rico y donde los retos de transformaciones sostenibles son importantes. Por ejemplo, participamos en estos proyectos que se realizaron en un radio de menos de 1 kilómetro alrededor de la agencia. Un café para los niños, una consigna de equipaje para albergar a las personas sin hogar, la Escuela de Arquitectura de Paris-La Villette, el lugar de referencia de encuentro en torno a la economía social y solidaria, un lugar en torno a las actividades relacionadas con la industria textil de reutilización y la abierta a la cultura, y también la Ferme du Rail. La Ferme du Rail es un proyecto sostenible y holístico que responde a múltiples contextos. El contexto político porque en 2015 la ciudad de París lanzó una convocatoria de proyectos llamada Reinventar París. Se trata de habilitar 23 emplazamientos en París intramuros, entre los de que se encuentra el actual sitio de la Ferme du Rail. Situado junto a la Petite Ceinture, para traducirlo puedo decir el pequeño cinturón, que es una antigua línea ferroviaria. El contexto social, que es un proyecto solidario que gracias al tejido asociativo existente ha permitido el desarrollo de una comunidad abierta a la ciudad, articulada en torno a la reinserción mediante el trabajo y la vivienda. Y económicamente, porque el objetivo era pensar un proyecto global que favorecería una economía virtuosa articulado a diferentes escalas. La escala del proyecto, el programa y el presupuesto fueron elaborados conjuntamente por arquitectos, paisajistas, clientes y operadores. Y este programa integra viviendas, actividades, servicios que utilizan exclusivamente recursos locales que permiten la independencia financiera. Y las escalas local y global, gracias a su economía circular, el programa y su gestión impacta positivamente el barrio y su región. La Ferme du Rail es un proyecto ambicioso por su dimensión holística y sostenible que responde a las preocupaciones actuales de los retos climáticos y de las evoluciones sociales. Pasaré ahora la palabra a Clara, que presentará con más detalles.
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. The Ferme du Rail, as Julia says in Spanish, is the neighborhood solidarity location where market gardening techniques are employed to valorize the collected organic waste. This project offers an urban agriculture model which has its roots in a local ecosystem. Located on the edge of the Petite Ceinture, an obsolete railway track that encloses Paris, it offers 5 students and 15 persons in need accommodations, a public open restaurant, and agricultural work locations such as a productive greenhouse, a mushroom growing cave, and everywhere permaculture gardens, including facades, residence balconies, and also rooftops. Born from the local residents and association desire to build a place that combines urban agriculture and solidarity, the Ferme du Rail aims to integrate vulnerable people and give them a place in the city. This is part of the neighborhood social fabric by generating agricultural services, by creating jobs, and by offering an open and to all conviviality and sharing place. With the farm ecosystem, we intend to demonstrate that we can minimize energy, food, and financial resources needs and the carbon footprint impact by implementing a circular economy. It develops short-circuit market gardening activities, which allows the training to its inhabitants. By putting together many of the topics related to environmental and social awareness in the urban context, Ferme du Rail accompanies the homeless people, because most of them are coming from the streets, through a path that will give them the chance to have stable jobs. These people collect, as I said, organic waste from about 30 restaurants all around in the area by bicycle, and they also composted in the farm. Compost was also a main issues here because it was a necessity here because the soil in the area, as many urban plots, were polluted. At the original site was a neighborhood garage that spilled hydrocarbons in the ground. Since this patch of land was not suitable for agriculture, we had to lay a substrate using compost mixed with the few unpolluted land of the site. This circular process was activated even before starting the work, and by the enterprise in integration, using waste from the city to create a rich agricultural soil. We also have this awful diagram, just like you, impossible to read. Due to land use regulation and the proximity of the rail tracks, it was not possible to construct here any new building exceeding a certain small size. So big investors before us were barred from building big development projects at the site. Finally, the place is surrounded by nature, making a perfect spot for such projects. It's a kind of leftovers with the polluted situation and the difficulties we have to go in it. In addition to housing and working spaces, there is also restaurants adjacent the living units. Of course, the food comes directly from the farm fields, and not only does it function as a canteen for those who live and work here, but it is also open to the public at affordable prices. And at the top of the device, there is a greenhouse, which allows for variation in the production and protects the most delicate spruce. It is the eco-designed fruit of shared governance, and we today talk about governance, which is for us an essential issue in the architecture of a transition. Of shared governance between operators, I would say, architects, landscapers, and project managers during the 5 years of its development. An active neighborhood consultation was also organized that allows complete resident integration to the adventure. The 3 pillars of sustainable development were aimed: ecology, economy, and social. The construction site time was an opportunity to extend the project educational and social vocation by training very different profile of people. The building were designed as eco-materials implement, learning ground, mainly wooden structure and straw insulation. The circular economy here was also illustrated by the reused materials through many experimentations we did there, such as recycled textile insulation, reclaimed bathroom tiles, obsolete stones wall in the garden, and also wooden windows frame transformed into planters because we needed it on the roofs, on the rooftops. The key word here are frugality, low-tech devices, but also robustness, durability, made for a collective place. Aquaponics techniques and other techniques are also used for growing tomatoes and other vegetables. Even the construction field itself was special from the start, as it featured the inclusion of environment-conscious construction company using biosources materials to be coherent with the farming activity. The straw is an illustration of this aim. For example, we use bundles of straw because they are very effective, easy to find in our neighborhood around Paris, versatile to use, and since there is a lot of it surrounding Paris, we could manage to reduce transportation pollution. Mainly, the project defends a model of sustainable and social economy linked to the interdependence between the project actors and the inhabitants. The farmers offer the district inhabitants a set of services, as I say, collection and treatment of local organic waste, or unsold goods also, market gardening workshops, as well as maintenance, also service for green spaces in the other garden of the area. It is also a place of awareness that responds to the need, the urgent needs for meetings and discussions around nature in the city and alternative food, which is strong in our district and in Paris. Whether about education in market gardening and composting activities, information and sustainable or organic agriculture. The exchange of food practices around urban ecologies. The Femme du Rail is a social and cultural resource which the district inhabitants and above can take up freely. We all know that a city is in fact a living entity which not only consumes resources it does not produce, but it also gets rid of its waste by disposing of it elsewhere, most of the time far away. And in this context of the materialistic throwaway economy we all live in, construction and development holds a massive responsibility. We are called to reevaluate and rethinking the way this system metabolizes its resources to find our way out to the prevalent current linear process of extracting, consuming, and throwing away. In fact, this issue is that according to popular perception, sustainable architecture approaches the issue from an exclusive, most of the time, an exclusive materialist perspective, a situation which leads in the better situation to the further employment of reused, renewable, and biosourced materials. Even though all these practices are necessary and desirable, their only purpose remains to reduce carbon footprint, which of course is important. The problem, however, is that the cities of the Anthropocene are still plagued with massive social inequalities, and we can no longer turn a blind eye. We believe consumption reduction and social inclusion constitute two sides of the same coin. The urban leftovers are not only materials, but also human beings. We think that coexist is to hold together what is left in the margin, both material things and human beings. Our starting point in our work is to imagine how those who are left out of our cities can, through labor, most of the time, rebuild themselves and build living spaces using discarded materials. With the experience of the Femme du Rail, we wanted to radicalize our reuse and biosourced material approach. These practices have to overcome a lot of preconceived fears, as it was said, and obstacles such as in insurance and logistic issues. After having experimented them for years, we can now testify that the principal barrier is, first of all, ideological. And we think that the better way to overcome this fear is to return to the place of trust among the actors of a project. The design approach was here to take whatever we have here and now, whatever we are able to collect from our surroundings, in order to respond to our needs without depending on any external factors. We are looking for local materials and local human energy, since human energy can also be considered as a local growing resource. Everybody needs purposeful and meaningful work. Everybody into process of creating living spaces needs to understand their role into the material life cycle. We are also convinced that architecture has a unique ability to dignify people. It can make people feel valued, respected, and it has the power to stop hiding those the city dismissed. The way we see it, urban labor and craftsman skill are also precious local resources. Our aim is to show how reusing and biosourced material represent an amazing opportunity to create employment and local material channels in order to generate empowering tasks for the workers and to reduce our carbon footprint. This is why, in partnership with the City of Paris and many local craftsmen and women, we created a training program for people in integration to learn about the specific techniques of the circular economy. This program also includes architects, craftsmen, project managers, and clients, or Frederick doesn't like this term, clients, in order to involve the whole chain of actors. What we want to claim is share with you is that the construction site, the specific moment of assembling materials, is the right place of another coexistence. Building with the leftovers is a handsome way to create links. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I would like to ask Georg Pendel from the jury. Spiros Pengas from the jury, and also Ana Ramos, director of the Mies van der Rohe Foundation, so that we can have a short conversation. And afterwards, we won't have the break, so remember, there's still water, there's still coffee, and then we'll have the third talk before visiting the exhibition.
Okay. Hello, everyone. So I start with a tough question. I didn't prepare myself. I have this politician instinct, so I act and react to the circumstances and to what I hear. And I want to set a rather provocative question to you, because this morning your client, who doesn't want to be characterized as client, Frederick, said that, let's be honest, the railway farm is a social project. It's not an architectural project. So I wanted to know if you share his idea and his perception, if you have put less architectural effort in the project and more social sensitivity, and if we do have to separate social projects from architectural excellence somehow, because maybe we're used that in cases where social units are very common and not very great architecturally, but we have to live with that picture, with that image, or what do you think?
Actually, we don't go to the question through that way. We didn't ask ourselves today: are we going to do a social project or an architectural project? No, actually, we live and work in a district, and we were linked to the needs of the associations, the people here. It's a mixed a district of mixed city, where you have this gentrification phenomena, and also very strongly rooted social housing. Many social housing, so and so the questions come to us because we here involved into the associations, and because we are asked. Our studio is on the street, and people can come and see us and ask for these issues. They know that we can also speak about how to organize space and to organize uses, and we come from that question. So I think the architecture is the second gesture for us. The first, the entrance for us is actually the social issues.
You have touched this point of having a lot of links in your neighborhood, and you live in this, and you work in all this same area. I think it's the same for you. You were already. Do you work in the? You have always been involved with the neighborhood where you have done this project.
No, actually. We lived about a 15-minute bike ride away from the site.
Okay, so it was a...
Not directly in the neighborhood.
Okay, but in both cases, what you do is you have been actors of creating a network. Yeah, a network of people with common interests, people who maybe knew each other before, maybe did not. On your side, it has come probably... Well, I would like each of you to explain us how do you group people together? How did you find all this atmosphere of people willing to go into your project, and same for you?
I think in our case, Berlin came to a point where all the people who had come to Berlin for a reason, because it was this city where there were all these empty spaces, and where there were, after the wall came down, a bit of lawlessness, you know, and so it was always the city that had room for creative people, and they could take things in their own hands. And after the government came to Berlin, suddenly the world seemed to discover how wonderful Berlin is, and suddenly all the international investors discovered that Berlin could be a really, really good investment. And so suddenly we were surrounded by, you know, all these international investment funds building one thing after the other. And I think not just us who we just wanted to stay in Berlin, and a lot of people like us in all different fields felt the same way. And in our project, somehow, all these people that in different fields, like lawyers and a bank, and you know, they all shared this idea, and they could see that Berlin was under pressure, and that we have to do something, otherwise, you know, it wouldn't be a city anymore where we would want to live. And so I think the whole motivation and the energy came from crisis, basically. I think everybody felt the pressure coming from outside, and we wanted to do something against it. And so suddenly it was easy to come together with all these like-minded people who really felt strongly about this, and they all felt, yeah, let's do this. And yeah.
Was it the same for you?
It depends of the project, actually, but I can say that the network is becoming more and more strong, because it's also because it's rooted in an economy. and a local economy to produce things and to have craftsmen and to have people involved into the logistic issues, because around reuse of material, we have this issue of organize the space also. And actually, on each project, we welcome the skills in a short circuit skill, I could say, coming from very close in the district. We said, who can do that in the district? And this is how the needs are resolved, actually.
Okay, Matthew and Britta, I have a question. I mean, we saw a very beautiful building and we experienced also the spaces inside. And I just wanted to ask you, how was the balance between the process, which is a very interesting process, this participatory process, and your architectural vision? Did you have to oppress your vision? If that was an empty plot and you didn't have to build it through that process, would you build another building?
I think if it was a different process, it would have been a different building. I don't think that we could say that, you know, we wanted to create a strong building. We see the processes as a tool or a methodology because we believe it's important to involve many different layers of participation and many different kinds of people. And it's sort of like, on one hand, we believe that it's important to give people the tools to build the city themselves, but we have an expertise as architects for creating form, for organizing program, and all these things that architects bring to the table that you can't give over to lay people. But if you approach them in a dialogue-oriented way where you listen to what they have to say, then all of a sudden you can come to a different solution as an architectural practice than you would have if you're supposed to be the person coming up with all the ideas. We don't believe in creating an image and a vision which we work towards. Like the normal way is you have a competition or whatever, you produce a beautiful image and you put all your energy into reaching this image. We believe that these kind of things can be developed on the way, and once you develop them on the way, they become much more rich. They're interwoven with so many different layers that it's got a depth to it that often you can't have if you're trying to focus on reaching a specific image. So it's a very strong architectural approach, but in a different way than the traditional manner that the industry is organized in.
Good. Thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to leave this talk here and we go to the next. I want to remind everyone that there's simultaneous translation available because now we will have some talks in Catalan. So thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, and we'll continue. And I would like to ask Paul and Cristina from Arquitectes to also tell us about their project of La Borda. Come on, Paul. No? Pues Cristina. Lo fem seguit, calma, perquè n'hem arratissat una mica i així la gent ja va agafant cafès i d'això. Us va bé?
Sí, tant. So, good afternoon, everyone. Bona tarda a tothom. Faré la presentació en català, gràcies a la traducció, que espero que els nostres companys que estan de visita puguin entendre'ns. I gràcies a totes per estar aquí avui, amb aquest sol, moltes gràcies. I també aprofitar novament per agrair al jurat, a l'organització, a la Mies, per aquest reconeixement, que per nosaltres és molt especial. Doncs, bàsicament, començant ubicant el projecte, no? I era com important també contextualitzar-lo. No? Estem molt a prop de plaça Espanya, aquí a la part inferior actualment, i tenim el projecte just a la part superior a esquerra de la pantalla. No? Aquesta proximitat, aquesta relació amb el barri i el districte en el que estem. No? Per tant, ubiquem el nostre projecte de la Borda en el barri de Sanz, a la ciutat de Barcelona, un barri amb una lluita veïnal i que ens semblava important també de contextualitzar-la, no? D'entendre que d'alguna manera el projecte neix i és gràcies a aquesta tradició històrica dels moviments socials i cooperatius al barri, i que des de 2011 es construeix amb una experiència paradigmàtica de la transformació urbana, on el veïnat comença la transformació bloc a bloc i mica en mica d'aquest antic recinte industrial a partir de les necessitats col·lectives de les persones. No? I és quan es planteja en un barri popular com és Sanz, en una ciutat com Barcelona, on l'especulació i l'accés a l'habitatge és un repte i molt difícil per moltíssimes persones, quan neix la Borda. La Borda és un grup de veïns i veïnes del barri que volen proveir-se d'una resposta col·lectiva a una necessitat que pateixen cada una d'elles, que és l'accés a un habitatge digne, estable i assequible. I d'alguna manera entendre que a partir de canviar la tinença i la relació amb l'habitatge, d'alguna manera vol suposar un nou protocol de provisió, construcció i gestió de l'habitatge, però també suposa l'oportunitat per repensar les relacions humanes, la quotidianitat, la domesticitat i d'alguna manera repensar com podem cooperar també des de l'àmbit domèstic. I per això també és important per nosaltres contextualitzar que és un projecte que és una política d'habitatge també al mateix moment, és el primer projecte, una prova pilot, i que bàsicament els pilars són molt clars. És un projecte sense ànim de lucre, basat en la propietat col·lectiva i el dret d'ús. L'usuari, com a habitant, soci de la cooperativa, té el control sobre aquesta, forma part de tot el procés de decisió en cada una de les seves fases i té el dret d'habitar de manera indefinida, donant estabilitat i arrelament en un habitatge. I de manera col·lateral, tota una sèrie d'efectes i característiques que per nosaltres són molt importants com a arquitectes a l'hora de donar resposta, com és aquest fet d'entendre que és un projecte evidentment no especulatiu, amb altres lògiques, i per tant no entén l'habitatge com un bé d'intercanvi, sinó com un bé d'ús, i també és una cosa que ens permet qüestionar els valors imposats per les lògiques del mercat, autogestionat amb la comunitat, que vol ser assequible i inclusiu, sostenible de la manera més àmplia possible, social, ambiental, econòmicament i replicable. No vol ser una experiència concreta, sinó que vol ser un model. I també aquesta vocació des de l'arquitectura també de poder democratitzar-la, de transferir el coneixement, de sistematitzar-lo i de poder ajudar a construir aquest model. I bàsicament el que ens fa feliços, i aquest dematí també es plasmava amb les paraules de l'Ada Colau, és que realment la Borda va ser com una petita llavor, un primer projecte que emergeix, com deia, 2012, però que quan Barcelona en Comú entra a l'Ajuntament i conforma el nou pla d'habitatge, el dret a l'habitatge 2016-2025, introdueix les cooperatives d'habitatge com un dels eixos per intentar proveir la ciutat d'habitatge assequible, una de les moltíssimes accions necessàries per fer-ho. I bàsicament, com deia, hi havia una sèrie de pilars del model, l'autogestió, la interacció de la comunitat, aquesta vocació realment d'establir vincles de comunitat en el si del projecte, la propietat col·lectiva, la sostenibilitat, l'assequibilitat, i d'alguna manera hi ha una sèrie d'estratègies arquitectòniques que donen resposta a això i que d'alguna manera aniré confilant al llarg de l'explicació, sempre intentant fer-ho des de, o principalment a partir d'imatges de l'edifici habitat i a partir també d'aquestes fotografies i documents que hem pogut anar col·leccionant al llarg d'aquests últims 3 anys. Diguem que la Borda va entrar en ús al final de 2019. I el primer punt és aquest tema de la participació. Les usuàries formen part del procés, les usuàries participen amb el control total de la promoció i d'alguna manera l'arquitectura és un d'aquests vectors transversals del procés que es col·loca en paral·lel i que va generant una sèrie de tallers, una sèrie d'espais de decisió al llarg des de, com deia, 2012, amb el primer embrió, fins a l'entrada a viure i utilitzar l'edifici. I és sens dubte aquest procés que va en paral·lel a aspectes legals, econòmics, va en paral·lel a la relació amb les administracions, que fa possible realment el resultat. Sense aquest procés col·lectiu de discussió i des de l'arquitectura, amb tots els col·laboradors, també aprofitant per poder poder posar en valor la consultoria ambiental, la consultoria acústica, l'enginyeria, tothom que treballa amb nosaltres, juntament amb aquest procés, amb les usuàries i tots els altres agents que conformen el projecte. I també una necessitat de donar noves eines des de l'arquitectura, entendre que tenim noves maneres, inclús un llenguatge específic per poder entendre, per poder aproximar l'arquitectura, noves eines, noves dinàmiques i també un repte per nosaltres, de poder intentar aproximar l'arquitectura i que siguin capaces totes les persones de formar part d'aquest procés de decisió i de control. Així doncs com també dèiem, en diferents moments des del programa, des de la forma. I és que realment la primera gran discussió va ser el programa de l'edifici, és a dir, de quina manera entenem com a forma d'evitar i com l'arquitectura instrumentalitza totes aquestes maneres d'evitar aquestes accions i li dona forma. I entendre com el projecte s'ubica en un entorn concret, que era aquest barri de Sanz, en el recinte de Can Batlló, i entendre també aquests graus de convivència. No vol ser un projecte aïllat, no vol donar resposta o vol crear una comunitat tancada, sinó que el que vol és entendre que forma part d'una sèrie d'equipaments, infraestructures, espais, i d'alguna manera complementar-les en aquesta construcció de la borda. I es tracta d'un solar entre mitgeres, amb una orientació fantàstica i en una franja com de límit entre el recinte de Can Batlló i el barri històric, i d'alguna manera aquesta transició entre el públic, el comú, el comunitari i el privatiu ha estat clau en el projecte. I d'alguna manera l'articulació volumètrica i espaial va molt en línia en aquesta vocació, atenent també una estratègia que és aquesta transversalitat, creant un pas públic que comunica l'antic barri, donant continuïtat al carrer fins a Can Batlló i connectant amb un pati, una corrala, que serà l'espai a partir del qual es van vinculant aquests espais. Per tant, és aquesta possibilitat d'eixamplar aquesta transició, aquest espai que podria ser un espai de circulació mínim, com coneixem en molts projectes de viatge col·lectiu, i es torna un espai de trobada i d'interacció. Aquí tenim l'imatge d'aquest passatge, amb una cooperativa de consum en planta baixa, oberta a l'entorn, aquest espai polivalent que comença a treure el cap a la planta primera, com també demostrant que passa alguna cosa diferent, que l'edifici és una casa en si mateixa, a una altra escala. Entrant a l'interior, aquest pati, on tenim l'aparcament de bicicletes, es parlava al dematí que havíem aconseguit revertir la normativa de l'aparcament, per tant no en tenim i apostem per un nou model de mobilitat. En veiem aquest filtre amb l'espai comú de cuina-menjador i el futur parc a continuació, i aquest és el començament d'aquest recorregut per aquest pati central, que és el cor de la comunitat, que va comunicant les zones comunitàries, com l'espai polivalent, la futura bugaderia, que encara està pendent d'acabar-se de tancar i d'acabar. Aquí a la dreta tenim les habitacions de convidades i anar arribant a l'habitatge. I d'alguna manera aquestes circulacions que envolten el pati, que els habitatges miren cap a aquest espai central amb aquest sentiment de pertinença i de reconeixement de la vida col·lectiva, arribant fins a les plantes superiors, on l'hivernacle es converteix en un dispositiu ambiental, però també en un espai que protegeix que aquesta vida pugui com aparèixer, pugui nodrir-se d'aquest espai protegit, com semi-interior, fins arribant a tot el que serien les cobertes com a espais també de vida i aquestes tecnologies que estan com apropiades i hibridades amb la quotidianitat de la roba estesa, amb aquests llenguatges que parlem a vegades de l'ètica i l'estètica, també apareixen en el projecte. I aquest tema d'entendre com el programa, com l'espai comú apareix, amb la voluntat d'entendre quins espais necessita la comunitat, però al mateix temps què podem col·lectivitzar, què podem centralitzar, i d'alguna manera té un impacte també en la superfície i les característiques de les tipologies d'habitatge. Però al mateix temps aquests espais comuns, com són la bugaderia, aquesta cuina compartida, permeten reflexionar també sobre els consums, sobre les pràctiques quotidianes. És un mecanisme per reduir l'impacte ambiental i, per tant, també d'alguna manera forma part d'aquesta estratègia ambiental. El primer pas és reduir la demanda des del programa, des de l'estratègia de partida, i després començar a introduir les estratègies passives que conformen aquesta densificació de la façana sud, aquest atri central, que deia aquest espai dispositiu ambiental que es colonitza per la vida i la comunitat, que bàsicament el que fa és ser com un captador d'energia col·lectiu, a l'hivern tancat, entrant al sol i escalfant aquest aire que ventilarà els pisos, i a l'hivern tancant-se els umbracles, obrint-se les obertures per produir aquest efecte ximeneia, i en la transició des del carrer és on col·loquem les zones comuns, com la cuina-menjador i l'espai polivalent, perquè també són espais que necessiten d'un confort menor, que tenen usos discontinus, i per tant també la ubicació d'aquestes zones està alineada amb l'estratègia ambiental. I un cop definit, diguem que el que seria l'estratègia volumètrica, l'estratègia programàtica, entrem a definir la tipologia, l'habitatge. I bàsicament el que es vol és una infraestructura oberta, seguint molt la filosofia i la teoria de Bracken, per exemple. S'entén que la comunitat és propietària de l'edifici, però que els usuaris poden ser itinerants en els pisos en funció de les necessitats. I el que fem és generar una matriu d'habitacions d'uns 17 metres quadrats, que és petit, una sala és petita però l'habitació és gran, també d'alguna manera com incomodar per poder qüestionar com habitem en aquest habitatge, generant tipologies de 40, 60, 80 metres quadrats, i inclús la possibilitat d'interconnectar-les entre elles i de canviar amb el temps, inclús de tenir un habitatge discontinu a partir de connectar una habitació de diferents plantes que s'accedeix per la passera. I per tant aquesta indefinició era una cosa que ens semblava important per reforçar també aquesta idea d'infraestructura i aquesta idea que la casa és tot l'edifici. I aquí també de nou la participació. Enteníem que l'usuari concebia col·lectivament les necessitats del programa, però després cada un tindria un grau de personalització de l'habitatge, escollint la ubicació de la cuina, que és aquell equipament, aquell moble que pot ser reversible però que condiciona molt l'ús concret d'un espai, i després arquitectures lleugeres, elements, mobles, que aniran apropiant-se aquests espais o dotant-los de significat. I aquí és com la planta es tanca amb aquestes habitacions que van orientant-se a la façana sud, al pati i la façana nord. La tipologia de sud és totalment transversal, mentre que la tipologia de la part nord és paral·lela a la façana, amb molta més crugia i funcionant d'una manera totalment diferent, protegint-se i reservant l'energia. I bàsicament això és un primer dibuixat de les intencions dels usuaris, de com anirien habitant, i ens agradaria poder seguir fent aquest redibuixat de com la borda es va habitant, amb aquest collage de les diferents tipologies, les persones que van habitant cada un dels espais i com cada planta és un nou ecosistema de vida i d'apropiació. I bàsicament amb aquesta voluntat de reduir l'impacte ambiental, la materialitat també era molt, i la comunitat ens va demanar de plantejar una estructura de metall, de formigó i de fusta, entendre realment l'impacte econòmic, l'impacte ambiental, i finalment va prendre el risc de construir en aquell moment molt poc coneguda el sistema de fusta contralaminada, de CLT, i diguem que un cop construïda la distribució i l'estructura era el mateix, aquest sistema murari que definia les habitacions i que un cop construït teníem l'edifici. I a partir d'aquí només era començar certs revestiments per condicionaments acústics, tèrmics, i bàsicament teníem l'infraestructura. Aquesta estava pensada per aquesta connectivitat d'espais, tota la planta connectada, per poder permetre en el temps aquesta variabilitat. I l'usuari recollia, rebia una infraestructura despullada que se l'anava apropiant i anava com condicionant-la. I també venia determinat per la component de l'assequibilitat. Tenim un projecte amb un cost molt baix, estem parlant de 850 euros metre quadrat, i per tant hi havia una estratègia de simplificació constructiva, de construcció per fases, i d'un usuari molt actiu en el temps també en perfeccionar els habitatges, amb unes tecnologies mínimes, amb un rol molt actiu. Aquí veiem aquesta façana, la protecció solar, amb la persiana, que cada un haurà de pujar i baixar, sense mecanismes tecnològics en si, aquest paviment de formigó que dona inèrcia a la fusta de l'estructura i aquests revestiments. És l'única definició de l'interior i a partir d'aquí d'aquesta vida, aquest apropiar-se i canviar l'interior en aquest habitatge, i anàvem com veient cada un dels que s'anaven com conformant, les històries de vida que portava cadascú a la borda i que d'alguna manera també reforça aquest sentiment de pertinença amb l'habitatge i amb el projecte. I això s'estira també cap als espais comuns, espais que estaven inacabats en la primera fase del projecte, no es podien assumir econòmicament, però d'alguna manera formaven part d'aquest construir col·lectivament i permetien que l'usuari, un cop habitant l'espai, se n'adonés realment el que necessitava, inclús s'anaven com ajustant, i s'estan ajustant perquè encara no estan acabats del tot en el temps. Aquest és l'espai de cuina-menjador que estava en transformació i a mesura que s'ha anat acabant hem pogut també començar a veure i a testejar aquestes pràctiques col·lectives que parlàvem. Aquesta és una imatge de la cuina que es produeix un sopar cada dimecres on un grup de persones cuina per la resta de la comunitat. També una manera de reforçar aquest consum conscient, de generar vincles amb la cooperativa de consum que ja està a planta baixa, amb agricultors del Prat que està molt a prop i per tant és aquesta idea que sortia al principi, no? De replantejar les formes d'habitar i entendre també doncs, que tenim la capacitat de transformar social, ambientalment el nostre entorn a partir de la pràctica quotidiana mínima, com és el cuinar, no? O la fa consciència respecte a l'impacte del rentat i constantment el fet que la comunitat estigui liderant la gestió ens permet també a nosaltres com a tècnics entendre quines són les fluctuacions, com està funcionant l'edifici, perquè creiem que la nostra feina no acaba amb la construcció, sinó que continua amb entendre el comportament de l'edifici i en poder donar pautes als usuaris per anar millorant. No? I una mica el que ens permet veure a partir del primer informe, al cap d'un any de vida de la borda, és aquesta reducció radical dels consums, aquesta com demostració de que les simulacions i el que estàvem veient a nivell teòric s'estava portant a la realitat, però també implementar noves mesures i anar cada cop més lluny amb uns usuaris conscients de l'impacte d'aquestes pràctiques. I simplement per acabar, crec que diguem que la prova més gran que va tindre la borda va ser just al cap d'un any d'entrar a veure les usuàries, va arribar el Covid i alguna usuària deia que la borda era una solució, una emergència habitacional que vivia a Barcelona, però que mai hagués pogut pensar que podia ser una resposta a una emergència epidèmica i global com podia ser aquesta. I va ser interessant entendre com l'edifici realment tenia necessitats noves, l'habitació de convidades es va tornar un espai de cotreball i es van començar a generar dinàmiques de solidaritat, una escoleta perquè els nens poguessin interactuar entre ells, els adults també poguessin permetre's treballar, entendre com es sentia la comunitat i establir aquests protocols de cura que necessitàvem. El pati es tornava un espai d'interacció, inclús de trobades informals, un gimnàs. I bàsicament per nosaltres va ser la constatació d'aquesta necessitat d'entendre noves polítiques, noves arquitectures o simplement com nous experiments i noves formes d'habitar. I simplement amb aquestes imatges volíem acabar. Moltes gràcies.
Si vols quedar aquí que fa més ombra, com vulguis. Sí, és que vaig. Thank you very much, Cristina. And I would like to ask Simona from BDR Bureau, one of the two authors of the Enrico Fermi School, to also present their project in Torino, in Turin. It's just forward, backwards.
Okay.
That's it.
Can I speak directly here?
Yes.
Okay.
You want water?
Okay. No, I'm fine, thanks. Good evening, everyone. Nice to meet you. We're very honored of being here today and presenting our work to you and to being, involved in such an important award with such a lot of architects we admire personally. So it's really a true honor. I would like to start the presentation just resuming that the project is about a renovation of a school that was built during the 60s. And as mentioned already during this morning by Marco in his presentation, it was the result of a competition that was held by two private foundations to renovate a public school. And to give a little context, I think it's important to underline that this typology, this type of building is really representing the majority of Italian schools that could currently find nowadays in our territory. And this is because the majority of those investments in educational field were done in the demographical boom after World War II, and therefore they are really scattered around the peripheral and suburban areas of industrial cities, such as Torino is, actually. And after that, very few renovations were done onto these schools. This is the building before renovation. It is exactly an example of how those buildings were built during this period. So it's an exposed reinforced concrete skeleton with masonry wall, single glass partitions. And it was not, of course, a masterpiece of modernism, but in our opinion, it had some qualities that we wanted to preserve we saw some potential in the way the volumes were organized and interconnected visually one to each other, in the presence of small voids, patios, and interstitial spaces. And, but it's also true, and we were aware of several technical problems that this building was facing, such as structural problem. It was built in 1961, so prior the seismic regulation that is nowadays actual in our country, so it was no longer suitable. It needed major intervention, like reinforcing pillar, reinforcing lower beams, and so it also requires significant demolitions in order to make those interventions possible. If we go to see in the inside, the kind of spatial organization that this building presented was the typical and traditional corridors with a sequence of rooms, very traditional and perhaps rigid also. And but it's also important to say that if this was suitable when it was built, nowadays with the fact that well, there have been made evolutions in the way education is taught. There is also a new desire of occupancy of spaces, so those spaces were not really supporting anymore the needs of the school community. So the question that was really stressing in the competition brief was, how can we overturn this condition to make this space livable again, and to also, of course, work on the building envelope and trying to see how we can update the entire structure. So to answer this question, we started looking at the building from a larger perspective, and it was quite clear to us that this kind of introverted system was having a sort of poor relation with the outside. So our first decision was to overturn this condition by rethinking the outdoor spaces. This is the existing building in the site plan, in the context, and basically the decision was to move the main entrance to what was the back of the building that was used as a parking space, so it was totally abandoned area and not used at all, and to transform this into a garden that can be open to the public with a new pedestrian connection, and of course also the program organized accordingly with the activities that could be open that are facing directly into this space. On the other side, we were thinking how to work on renovating the building envelope, and the idea was to work mainly by addition, so by adding new steel structures that could accommodate new opportunities for didactics. So that was basically the intention for the work on the building envelope, and it was very much inspired also by, we did research as we do usually when we face a topic we do not know much more about. And since the competition brief was really stressing among the relation between architecture and pedagogy, we found to be very fascinated by those experiments of open-air schools that were done during the 20s. And we thought that those principles of freedom of movement were very much in step with our time. So in a way, we try to refer to this when we propose this system of interconnected spaces, of this addition that characterize, of course, the new image of the building and the way the spaces works, because all along the perimeter, the building is characterized north and south by this system of filter in between indoor and outdoor that are meant to be used for recreational purpose and also for didactic use. Speaking about the addition and the new facade, we decided to work with steel structure, both to speed up the construction, as it was meant to last only 1 year, and also because of we wanted to refer to this to establish a sort of dialogue with the existing building in reusing the frame as a typological element, but making it very light in order to provide a lighter sense of the new main facade. And the reason why also these three orders are, span with different verticality is to provide a new rhythm in the facade, and also because we decided to use this stainless steel mesh in order to even further make it more visible, this permeability, and we needed a certain dimension to compress those elements. In the other facade that are not touched by those addition, the work is more on the materiality. It's very simple. It's just plaster, of course treated with insulation. And in order to create a sort of variety all around the building, we decided to use different grains and to create a sort of a slight depth in the facade and a slight variety among them. And this was also a way to refer in our intention, since we were working with a very limited budget for the amount of work that the structure required. It was also a way to refer to the work on textures that would typically be found in the architecture built in the 60s. Then the project, when we start to look in the insides, is very much characterized by this continuous interconnection between the indoor and outdoor spaces. In this case, the ground floor, we see the atrium that is bringing together in the two southern building that are hosting the library and the cafeteria, and on the north, the gym, and then all a system of courtyard and of course the garden. On the upper part, on the upper floors, the plans is organized, of course, according to the regional grid structure. But even though it seems quite regular, as the intention was that of creating a sort of interconnected system of common indoor and outdoor spaces, we try to work with vertical elements that could parcelize accordingly the spaces when needed, such as stands, glazed partitions in the inside, of course in the outside. And this is a zoom of the didactic activities in the cluster that are organized with three main classrooms that have that work actually as a hinge between the distribution space in the inside and the terraces, a common space and a sort of wardrobe for entering the cluster. And this is a sequence of images that is explaining this idea of intersection and transition between spaces. So on the bottom, there are always the images of the existing conditions. So this is quite explaining well how also the corridor, since the space in the school was not that abundant, also the corridors become active part of the learning environment by directly connecting the spaces inside of the classrooms. But also other larger opportunities were given by those very large atrium that the building already had. So just working with soft partition, it was a way to make the schools understandable that those spaces could be also used in a more flexible way for didactic temporary activities. And another example can be found in the library. Again, the space was not that much, so with just working with soft partition, we can provide spaces that could be used for presentation or other reasons. Again, speaking about materiality, the work in the interior is rather neutral. It's kind of going in contrast with the strong presence of the color and the materiality in the outside that is characterizing the building. And the intention was to provide a very calm environment where only vertical circulation and other elements could be intended as active elements. But also, it's very visible the work on the system, also on the electric plants that couldn't be fitted in the slab, so they needed to be considered as addition to. And going back to a short comparison, and this is also explaining a kind of subtle small. I would say that this project is really a system of small intervention that has been done on a carefully studied existing building. In this case, there was a previously not really used space that was facing a trafficated street. Then we decided to keep the trees, protect them, but at the same time providing an extension also for the laboratories organized there, and provide a sort of intimacy by the heavy traffic that could be found in that street, or again undercovering the space of. There was a Hodley ramp that was connecting the space of the piazza, the quote of the piazza, to the previous entrance that was located on the upper level. So just by removing this, it was possible to find another space that could be used on the outside. And again, this is the renewed relation that could be found with what was once the backside of the building. And also the permeability. We excavate basically all the ground floor in order to make it usable, actually, because it was very low height, and also to provide a continuity with exterior. As I mentioned, the project was working with a very limited amount of time. It was only 1 year, and that was because of the agreement that were taken by the clients and the municipality. And of course, that was not very easy. And also, I think that it affected the design proposal since the beginning. But in the same time, in this short amount of time, there was also a strict confrontation that was carried out with the school community, not only to explain them the project, but also to understand if actually we could absorb more of their needs within the design. And in effect, there were some inputs that were put it back and put it in discussion, or some other decision that were already taken, and some images of how the school is used. And I think that this process we did was very important in order to prepare the school community to the possibilities that could be found in the new building, and also to maybe shift a little bit their attitude toward a more traditional way of teaching and learning into a more open one. And again, that moments of occupying also the distribution spaces and so on. And as I mentioned, also the work on the elevations and on the materiality was also a way for us, it was very important to make a project that was establishing a dialogue with the existing building, so kind of respecting it, but also providing a new character and making it more understandable. That was like a unitary intervention, no? And not only a sequence and system of punctual intervention. So I think that for us, this was a very important experience, and it's really, it was really precious, not only for getting into this topic of working with educational typologies, but also to explore a more free way of working, in which you can really think about an open structure that could be intended as a flexible and system that could be also occupied more freely by the users. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Simona. And now it's getting cold here, so we're really having a big contrast of temperatures. And I would like to invite now Shelley and Yvonne to present the Kingston University building. So please come over here. And afterwards, we'll have this conversation also with two other members of the jury, Mia Hag and Francesca Ferguson. Everything's ready here. Yep. Forward, back. And if you need anything, just... Do you want water? Do we time ourselves? We can tell you. Do you want us to tell you something?
No.
No, just feel free. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. We're the last, and we'll try not to keep you too long. And it's been a wonderful day for us to see what the Mies Foundation have put together in terms of describing the story of architecture and what it is that makes architecture. And we've heard so many inspiring stories today. And the way it's been organized with the jury interacting with the architects is so fascinating. So I think what we're convinced about is that we want the Mies van der Rohe Foundation to come to Dublin and to speak to our people, let's say, in the same way about architecture, because it's been a really important day. I'm not going to go on and on about our project. Because it has been spoken about, and it's not that it's not important to us, but we have 30 slides and we've been told we have 10 minutes. And what I was thinking, and there's two of us, and Yvonne doesn't talk much, and I have to cover for her. But what I was just thinking was we were asked to take some photographs, and walking around this pavilion in the quiet at the back, it's not the back, but where you all are not. It's just so wonderful to get a moment to experience a building that holds time. And that's one of the things that we talk about in our office. How do you make something that holds culture and holds time? And this building is very much about holding an idea and translating an idea and making a building which reflected the dream and the vision of the university. We love this plan of St. Gallen because it describes a non-compartmentalized society. There's animals, there's monks, there's priests, there's farmers, and of course the monastery isn't just a custodian of religion, it's a custodian of culture and a custodian of education. And this sketch was a very early sketch to do with how we could think in section about this wonderful program of bringing dance and contemplation together. So we were thinking in plan, but also thinking in section. And the fact that we might make a landscape which climbed up over the performance spaces and the rehearsal studios, which were the only rooms in the building, because the building otherwise is open plan. It's completely open to everybody. And then, of course, the university has to have a civic presence. And we had this friend across the road, which we call it, which is the Surrey Town Hall, a beautiful Portland stone building. And in quite a hostile, not very beautiful environment, we found this friend was very important because it helped us to choose materials, and it helped us to choose a civic kind of scale and height and to have a conversation with this building. And we made this stepped colonnade, which brings with it the landscape of the new public space made by the university, replacing car parking. And we love this building, and we felt that somehow this resonated with the vision of our client. It's a furniture showroom by Jorn Utzon in Copenhagen. And this started us to think about the building being a warehouse of ideas. But also we love these sketches because it brings landscape right into the body of thinking, which was also our thinking. And this is the nuts and bolts of how we try to make buildings, to make something very rudimentary, which is precast concrete frame building, into something which might have some character and some tectonic. So even though the means are quite standardized and prefabricated, the way that we were bringing things together was very important to us, that would give a building a certain quality. And everything in this building does a job. There's nothing redundant. The colonnade on the edge is the fire escape, as well as being the terrace, as well as being the civic device. The bottom left-hand sketch we love, Fermini by Le Corbusier, because the floor folds and the section disappears. And that was something that really influenced us in thinking about how we could make a central lecture space. And of course, reading Auguste Perret, who did the most beautiful Salle Courtauld in France, in Paris, and he speaks about the Greek bouleuterion. He speaks about it from the point of view of intimacy, but also that it's a place which gives sound its freedom. And we loved that phrase of giving sound its freedom. And somehow the quality of the sound, Rasmussen writes about on hearing architecture. And we found making this project that the acoustics and the sound was as important as the light and the organization. And so we turned what could be a black box into a central courtyard, which is the event space. And that's the heart of the project. And you can access this building from all sides, and you can walk from the ground to the top floor without being stopped or asked what you're doing here. And the bouleuterion is there for scale comparison on the left-hand side. And we were thinking about this three-dimensional web of space. It's 55 meters square, so it's too deep to get light from the edge. So we were manipulating the volumes. So it's a concrete structure, precast concrete structure, and the spatial richness, let's say, comes from the manipulating of the volumes, the manipulating of the light, the control of the sound, and the telescopic connection that happens through the plan. We also love this project by Florian Bagel and Philip Christou. The Half Moon Theatre no longer exists, unfortunately, in London. But what we loved about this was that the theatre is thought about as a piece of city. And we wanted the central space in Kingston to feel like a piece of the street. And here you see the dance on the ground and first floor and the library wrapped around it. And the stretching corridor on the right-hand side is wonderful, where the intellectual in the library can see a beautiful dancer stretching their muscles. And it was wonderful today to see the dancers that you organized. We really enjoyed that. It was so beautiful. I wish I had muscles like that, even if they're architectural muscles. To see this leg appearing above the parapet was just amazing. And this costume so beautiful. So again, thank you to the foundation for organizing this. But anyway, this is our central space, the heart, the folding floor, the space that connects the library and the dance. And then trying to make seating which would be comfortable but would also be robust and as a place for students to sleep or to study or to be entertained. And here they are. And what we love is that the life of the interior of the building filters to the outside, so that the exterior colonnade becomes not just a civic device but a place of play, a kind of platform for dance and for human use. Yvonne.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you. This image is one of the staircase, and I'd just like to maybe describe the staircase as a form of dance, following on what Shell has said about the dancers here on this beautiful building today and the beautiful dance, that the staircase itself is a piece of choreography, that it stands linking the many stories, and it's about movement. So this image is, as you enter the building, that to the right and hidden are the elevators or the lift. So the language of the circulation is about greeting you as you enter. So it's about movement, it's about the stairs itself as a dancer, it's about active and passive, and it's about celebrating the section. So if you're moving on the stairs, you become a dancer. You are a student who is, if you like, part of the action of the university. And what we find about it, and it's an experience that we've had ourselves, because of the plan, the deep plan, and as Shell has described, the deep studies, working with the clients and working with the specialists, of building in acoustic variety within this building. As you go deeper in the plan and further away, that this staircase with conversations happened, become a type of babbling brook. It's like as if you are in a forest and you know by the sound of a small river that if you approach it, it's going to be different. So this is like a river of people. And we're very happy with the sense of movement and the fact that the 6 stories of the building brings you from cafe and streetscape right up through the building, past the layers of dance and past the layers of library, up to another common space and cafe on the top floor. Here's another view from the staircase. When we talk about the staircase as being a dancing staircase, it really changes its character as well. So it's straight in one point, then you step off and you go on another journey, all, if you like, refining the movement and all relating you back to the section of the building. What's extraordinary about any building in context is that Shelley described the town hall across the way, giving it a scale. The drawing, the black and white drawing here, describes the section of that staircase as it dances its way up through the building, but also how landscape has informed us in terms of what is retained. On the right-hand side of this image, you have the existing trees that were, if you like, surviving on the very busy road alone with the 150 car parking spaces that had been out the front, and now has become a 200-meter long piece of landscape that's both a gift to the university itself, but also a gift to Kingston for the general public. So this section is describing the staircase as it winds its way up through the building, and also you see the landscape cut into the building, which is modified by virtue, not in this section, but it steps down because of its relationship to residential buildings, which are to the east. Here we have some of the spaces that are in the building itself, in use, people sitting, studying, people relating to one another. And one of the things that's really important for us as architects is that the drawings themselves, the plans, the sections, the elevations, do not actually describe the feeling of any building, but for us particularly, it does not describe the interlocking volumes, the quality of light, the depth of sun penetration, the relationships that people can observe one another. And one of the amazing things about this piece of university architecture for us is that the overlap of library and dance and people themselves, that people inspire each other, that this building allows people to observe and be part of their own community. Shell described the amazing, if you like, possible relationship that this building has with Kingston. Here on the right-hand side, you have the busy, normally much more traffic than this photograph describes, but the trees, the existing trees, are given a new status because they're part now of a new linear landscape. And as Shelley described, the fire escapes, the portico is both a celebration of this as an institution. It allows the fire escapes to be civilized and become balconies. It allows this threshold between inside and outside to relate to the space of Kingston. So if you're standing at a bus stop, you can actually enter the building, have a cup of coffee, either on the ground floor or move your way right up through the building. And that's something which we'd like to reiterate again in terms of these clients, that they have said that there's no control, that everyone is welcome students, university, and the members of the public. On the left-hand side is an image looking from the central space out through the foyer, out to the city. So your awareness of where you are in this piece of England is heightened by the building. Here you have the new relationship, if you like, the status giving to the trees again. So the trees become part of this layering. Off the picture on the right-hand side is heavy traffic. You have the trees given a new lease of life. You have the civilized path for the general public. And what's really an incredible act of generosity by the university, the furniture, the picnic tables that are there for both students and the general public. This is it's facing due west, but it obviously then gets southern sun. And you get these dancing, not only the staircase inside, but the balconies themselves at various heights, giving different levels of intimacy on the facade. And here the trees in their full glory, and the building rises up above the trees. And when you're at the highest point, you can see over to Hampton Court, one of the beautiful palaces of England, with brick that's absolutely edible, with a landscape that's wonderful. I remember being in Hampton Court, and it has a maze. And as we were in the middle of the maze, I said to Joe, "What time is our flight?" And we had to find our way out of the maze. So don't go into a maze if you're waiting for a Ryanair flight. It's not a good... In terms of then this space, here we have students using the space between the interior and the exterior. And on the left-hand side, you've got either a student or a member of the public using the colonnade as this interstitial space between the general public and the university. When we were there, it was very interesting. We asked some students who were sitting on the terrace, and we asked them, how did they enjoy the building, and they were enjoying themselves. And it turned out that they were students from another university who found this place very attractive. So they'd actually come from another university so I don't know whether clients want to object to people. Yeah, you should charge other universities for places for your students to move out. This piece here is really lovely with the bunting, the people sitting outside, that threshold. And we were really struck today that the component of many of the projects which are lauded by the jury under the Mies banner are really ones that are about making architecture accessible to the general public. And it's in all credit to Kingston University that was embedded deep into the philosophy of the buildings, this building, when working with them, that they didn't want to have a divide between the university and the people of Kingston. Also in terms of landscape, that here growing on the facade is a beautiful series that over time, maybe the wine industry is probably, if you grow vines on these, that maybe there's a wine from Kingston. But just at the moment with global warming, maybe there's a chance that you have this your own wine. But for the moment, it's honeysuckle. It's this layer of landscape which is ribbed up through these fine metal wires, but it means that students have this chance to be both inside and outside, and the general public can enjoy landscape integrated. And one of the most beautiful spaces, we think, in terms of the building, is high up contained by the building, an outside space which faces south and looks over the flat countryside to the south and over the roofscapes of Kingston. It's important for students in this time, hopefully of post-COVID, that they have a choice of having these kind of seminar areas and we've often seen students use this space as a gathering space for themselves. And on the left-hand side are the integration of the landscape pieces to the 200-meter long linear space, seeing the trees here on the right-hand side. And we just like to finish with an image of our Grafton architect team. This is obviously pre-COVID, when everybody could be standing very close to one another. We were in our office, but this is a happy faces of a team of expert people with whom we work daily, of whom we have the utmost respect, that architecture is never done by a few people. It's a huge collective, not only the clients who are sitting here, but also the engineers, the M&E people. But embedded in Grafton Architects is an ethos of respect and value for one another. And this image really captures a moment a while ago when James Ross has obviously told some incredible joke that I can't remember what it is.
It's when we got the Mies Prize.
Is it?
No.
All right. But we just like to say how honoured we are and to thank everyone. And you've endured the wonderful sun of Barcelona. And thank you to Mies, thank you to our judges. It's just such a pleasure, and thank you.
So thank you very much. Well, I would like to ask Simona, Cristina, and also Mia Haag and Francesca Ferguson from the jury to come up here onto the stage so we can have a short conversation also with all of you.
Go easy on us.
Espera, perdón. Es que van numerados.
Hi everyone. It's just for us as a jury, this has been absolutely joyful from the beginning to the end. Everything, the projects that we've visited, the fantastic organization, and also our discussions in the group, which has been very, very constructive all along, and we've had the opportunity to see your work. I would like to start with you and the Enrico Fermi School in Torino. To us, it seems it's an incredibly mature piece of architecture, and you're very young, and you just graduated recently, is that correct?
I'm 37, actually.
Yeah, but I graduated when I had my diploma at 30-something.
No, I graduated me and Alberto and I, we graduated 10 years ago.
10 years ago, yeah. So it's relatively recent anyway. I think we can all agree that the future, a key activity for architectures in the future is working with existing structures rather than building from anew, which your project is a beautiful example of. And somehow, to us, it seemed that with your project, not only did you add additional function, improve structure and everything you explained, but you also sort of managed to describe and create a new coherency and sort of amplify the existing building and make it become nobler and better. And how would you what's the way to go about working with existing structures, which are not necessarily masterpieces of architecture, but how do you sort of find the qualities and bring them out and amplify them in the way you did in your project?
I think it's, well, at least to me, to us, it's not really easy to have a common response to these questions, because I really think it depends a lot on the situations. So in this case, we really wanted to achieve this coherence in the intervention, but I'm quite sure that it really depends on the situation we are working on. Currently, we are working on other renovation projects, and we are adopting different systems. because I really think that it's a matter of an attitude on how do you approach and how much you listen or you see and you try to understand how spaces work, what is really the need of that situation specifically. So I think that at least for us, we find fascinating to work within existing structures and situations, not only because it is also the future, as someone was already mentioning earlier today, but also because we find fascinating to confront ourselves with the limits and with the constraints that a situation has, that can raise new questions and making maybe also in doubt some of the position that you have taken in other situation and in other occasions. So I really think that it's a matter of how do you say things somehow.
Yeah, I'd like to follow up on that by asking, because it's always so fascinating you showing us the images of the new version of this, this previously neglected, maybe slightly unloved 60s building, kind of given a new lease of life and extended. And what has been the resonance in the community? I mean, you really investigated the needs of the community and the educators and the school kids, it seems. How has that made itself, how's that been expressed now in the way the building has now been kind of extended, and how does it resonate in terms of how is it already being reflected how education is changing, or the approach even from the teachers? Is that something that is already evident?
Today, you mean? Well, I think that of course it really depends on on the people also, and well, this confrontation was very useful for us, not only because it really get us into the topic that we didn't know, because it was the first school that we were working on. So, and there were, as I was mentioning, some improvement also that were embedded in the design. Like, for example, the library. At the beginning, we follow the indication in the design brief and provide a different organization of the space, but then we understood that the teachers were more open, to also adopt different situations, and so we provided that like kind of hybrid solutions. And I think that today the school is used by the teachers, as we were discussing together a lot during our confrontation. But it's also, my impression also is that those processes are super important, but when they stop, of course, there is a moment in which they stop, because you, as an architect, you can't be there forever, you do your work, you do the best you can to provide an infrastructure that could be adapted and could be used in different manners, but then it really depends on how people follow, and how they are really into the space. So I think it's still a process ongoing, but I would say that it's quite working in this direction. Also in the COVID, I didn't mention this during the presentation, but I think that the generosity of the spaces we have also was very helpful to make. It was really helpful to make the school, the spaces used really, and to make the school resistant to this problem somehow. So, yes. Thank you.
So about La Borda, I mean, another first project, another first building, which became something of a mission and really emerged from a kind of activism with the community. And I think on a sort of stage like this, with the Mies Award and with a project in Barcelona embedded here, I think it would be interesting to hear what would your message be with the building in terms of social housing policy and affordable housing, and is that message being responded to, let's say, on a kind of level of housing policy? I mean, I know that's setting the bar very high, but this is your building, your first building has created a lot of a great resonance in the architectural community. What's the message that Laborda would be sending out to municipalities thinking about, affordable housing in the future?
Thank you. Well, I think that sometimes we used to say that we were really innocent at the beginning of Laborda. It was the first collective housing project, and I think that we didn't know even the conflicts in the process, and also how regulations, how change certain things, how difficult it would be. But I think that maybe because we didn't know it, we just made kind of this journey. And precisely, I think this is a huge learning, that realize that this kind of projects, because are also kind of linked, certain technicians, politicians, the communities, are opportunities to just kind of experiment and change things. And I think that precisely this idea that sometimes this idea of testing, it's really important. And I think that probably there are mistakes, but also a lot of learnings. And probably I think that I would suggest that do not have the fear of testing. And I think that also from the technicians, we have the responsibility of make all these proposals. Also, I think it's a huge effort, but also responsibility. So I would say that if a regulation can be changed or certain kind of conditions, probably can be kind of escape. So just kind of invite people to imagine. And I also was kind of thinking that when we presented the project at the beginning to certain housing agencies in Barcelona, there were a fear of the user because it was kind of unknown in the typical collective housing of the social housing project. No? And I think that because of that, I think that the work of Marta and Jose is really important because without knowing, they are proposing. So I would also think that this idea of the fear of the user is something also to be reversed.
I would like to ask a question regarding the building, which is very much rooted in its neighborhood and here in Barcelona. And you described very well the process with all the users, the architects. How, and you talked about the typology in terms of giving flexibility and in terms of natural ventilation. How would you situate your project as a typology typical for Barcelona? Because we had this discussion in the jury, and to some jury members, they felt that it was also very related to courtyard buildings in Barcelona. And in your case, the courtyard becomes this wonderful covered space with all the shared spaces around it. But was there also an element of sort of historic collective housing buildings linked with very innovative elements, like the fact that it's the highest CLT building in Barcelona? I would be curious to hear a bit about this.
Yeah, probably I think that regarding, for example, like this courtyard, I think that when we started the project, it was kind of the first phase. It was also trying to imagine. We call it like ideas forza, which it's kind of like the main ideas of the project, or kind of the vectors of the project. And one of those ideas was this idea of popular architecture, and and also this idea, like it was a project from the neighborhood, linked to also worker neighborhood, and also claim of kind of this. Trying to bring certain typologies, and the Cornellà, it was one, which it's not specifically from Catalonia, probably. It's more from the center, Madrid, and the south of Spain, but it was also present in some workshops done with the users. There was people bringing images of those courtyards, also with the water in the middle, which is part of this common infrastructure. So it was something beautiful. And of course, it was also a moment of working with the hierarchy of the typology, with many projects being developed in this line. So it was also something that we wanted to implement, and which is not that far from the typical typology in l'Eixample, which is kind of a connection of rooms that can work differently during the year, summer, winter. So I think that there is kind of certain tradition of this typology is also present here in Barcelona.
Okay, finally, Shelley and Yvonne. I mean, I think it was quite a revelation to all of us in the jury to know more as we were taken around the building by you, to know more about the quite radical agenda that was developed in the program by those responsible, by the Vice-Chancellor and the librarians and those responsible for the dance school for this building. And it was also equally a revelation to know that, in fact, they'd kind of pushed the envelope so far, because initially you had conceived the building, these two programs, as actually quite kind of separate. And so, there was a long process of dialogue, and this must have been also a challenge. I mean, you had an initial sort of struggle with this merging of these programs that had quite different spatial needs. So I think it would be interesting to know, as part of this kind of whole narrative, this backstory of, you know, a kind of a radical agenda for education, which, if you were to choose, like, I don't know, one or two spatial elements that really, that were a direct result of this dialogue with the educators about what the program should be and how these two worlds should be brought together, and that even may have surprised you, you know, as experienced architects, that may have surprised you about where education is headed, you know, and how that manifested itself finally spatially for you. Which elements would those be?
The struggle actually happened internally in Grafton Architects before we submitted the competition, in terms of what kind of project we would make, whether it would be an elemental, let's say, form-driven project, or whether it would be, when we were looking at the film today of you on the jury, I think it was Marcel raised the question of infrastructure. And we started to think about this needing to be a piece of educational infrastructure which was like a loose weave that could allow this vision to flourish. And in a way, it made us to work differently, in that we stood back a little from architecture, let's say. And actually, something really interesting Marina Tabassum said when she was in the Biennale, in our Biennale in Venice. She talked about her building in Pakistan, that she made as little intervention as possible in order that architecture would become more present. And we found that amazing, because sometimes, and it came up in some of the discussions today, I think, how present is architecture? Or it's always present, obviously. And what is it that architecture has to do when you're offered a proposition like Kingston University offered? And so we really started to think about this thing of making something adaptable and loose and changeable. And it's as old as the hills, you could say, concrete frame structure. There is a question about big spans and what we could make this car park type structure do, how we could stretch a very economical, you could say almost neutral weave or web, spatial web, within which this university could take ownership. And I think we all enjoyed how adaptable that was, just the process, that no matter what Kingston asked us to do afterwards, it wasn't that, oh my God, they've moved the tower and we've lost the project. It was more like playing an instrument, and there was something very giving about the project in itself. And that's a very interesting thing about competitions, because sometimes a competition entry is not robust enough to survive. And sometimes it is, and it grows. And we felt that it grew. It actually had to shrink because of planning and all of those things. But there was a lovely looseness which we felt, which made us more relaxed about the process. And then there was the interpretation by the clients of the possibilities, and the fact that Stephen mentioned it this morning, that the jury was kept on, that the jury challenged us, as did the client, as happens to all architects. We should admit this, don't we? Again, back is against the wall at times. But it just, I hope the team would agree that the kind of DNA of the project was able to grow and adapt and change. That's what I really enjoyed about it.
Shelley, you talk about the shape of the space and its orientation. Huh? You know, the main space. What I was suggesting to Shell was that she should speak. You asked what things wouldn't change or did change, or what changed to the process.
Yeah. No, you're good. We proposed to Kingston that the central space, that the audience should face the foyer. And Kingston thought this was back to front. And we said, yes, but it means that the foyer can enter into dialogue with the audience. Sean, don't feel guilty. And we were challenged by that. And the jury, one day, it was actually suggested that maybe we shouldn't push it when we were speaking to our IBA jury who continued the process. Don't push it, you know, turning the audience the wrong way around. And one of the jury members said, why don't you turn the audience the other way around? And it was perfect, because it meant that instead of an audience turning its back to the foyer, that it could face the foyer. So it's a back to front space, and that was great. Wasn't it? It was a really good moment, and there was also this really interesting thing of a jury staying on, is that as mature architects, other architects never tell you what they think unless they like a project. So if they don't like a project, it's always in the background. You hear it in a pub or something, but nobody tells you straight. But what was interesting about this jury, here we were, 38, 39, a little more, and being kind of reviewed by colleagues in an open, honest way, and that was fantastic. And I think it was also a wonderful day when we were being leaned on by the theatre department, and they wanted lighting and speakers and sound control and acoustic barriers, and one member of the jury said, but hang on, this is a democratic space. Do you want a theatre or do you want a democratic space? And there was this lovely discussion about, okay, if there's a bit of sound leakage, it's not the end of the world if the space works as a democratic space. And those conversations were very important to be open, to be had.
Looking at your wonderful presentation with references, details, showing a bit of how you work, I thought I wanted to ask you about something that I find very significant in your project, actually. It's interesting what you say about the great flexibility and the possibilities of the structure. To me, it seems what you've done, that all the threshold spaces in your project are wonderful possibilities for very specific conditions. I mean, you talked about the black box that isn't a black box, but that is in fact open to the entire building, and where you can actually sit and watch dancers and see somebody studying for an exam on a different level. Or the relation to the streets, where this double colonnade becomes sort of terraces and gangways. And it seems to me that the way you've treated these transitions from one space to another, or from one function to another, that it's kind of one of the keys to the wonderful richness in your project, and also
maybe it's a question, it's what helps this interlinking of and fluidity of function. I was thinking this dancing staircase, that it's also a threshold space somehow to go from one level to another. And the same again for the on the rooftop cafe is sort of a belvedere to see the whole Kingston, and to me that is, there seems to be this sort of the flexibility, all the possibilities of the structure can very much together with these very specific threshold situations. Maybe it's a. It's
in response to it. It's you reminded me that the building is on Penwyn Road, and I won't do a Welsh accent and say it's Penwyn, but Penwyn means a kind of height, promontory. And what's interesting about that is that from language and from word, that the building becomes, if you like, a promontory, or the main house, or the new entrance into, or the new celebration of the university. But your question about complex section, I think that it's, as Shell describes, the liberation of the concrete frame, that it allows, it can play it tall and lower and higher. What I find amazing is when we move up the stairs and you're on the first place, then you move along and there's another place which is taller, and then students decide that they want the sound or the silence of that particular place to study. That by slight modification of the same thing, that you get richness and that you get transparency. I think one of the, when Shell was describing the kind of Greek reference and the discussion of sound, one of the main overlapping requirements of this building was for kind of silence and noise and dance and visual and separation and joining. That the framework allows that both intellectually and physically, that you set up a matrix. And Shell describes also the building was taller, but there were planning concerns, so it had to be, if you like, reduced. But it didn't reduce the spatial relationship. Also, what we did in terms of sustainability and not carving into the ground. There's no basement, so it was really sitting on the ground. And the frame allowed for bigger spaces, medium-sized spaces. It allows for relationships that are taller and lower. It allowed for spatial design, really, and overlap and transparency. So it allowed for freedom, really.
Could I just say one thing? One thing I really loved, because it's, you probably found the same, when the jury comes to town, you're getting ready and you spend time, it's like cleaning your house before a guest comes. You know, you get ready and you go back over the building and think about things, and we spent a lot of time there. And it's also lovely being there where you're not dealing with questions or problems or leaks or any of those kind of awful things that happen to us as architects. But what I was really conscious of, that the building was full of young people, and there was not one figure of authority. None. There was no control, no security guards, no old person. I think I was the oldest person there, or you, Yvonne. You know, but we were in this building full of young people from all different nationalities, all different cultures. And some of them were laughing, and some of them were serious and working, and some of them were sweating and dancing, and you know, and it was just amazing that there was nobody in control, but yet there was control, and that these people were enjoying the building, and that was a real pleasure for me. I'm sure your residents are the same, are they? When you see them happy.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, I know. Yeah, totally. it's always fantastic to see enjoying the building and feeling that the building belongs to them, no? Exactly.
I think we also very much had the feeling, or at least I had, that you could go there with a friend or with somebody, but you could also go there alone and not feeling alone. You could work or have a coffee or read or whatever, but that's truly a civic building. I know there are no more questions, and my previous question wasn't maybe a question. So how has this taught you something? How we can make more civic buildings in our society? That's buildings that we need so desperately, not the least now. Maybe it's a question for all of you. Yeah.
It would be good if, we've had this conversation a little bit among our fantastic team of architects. I think what it has taught us is that standing back a little as an architect, I think Francesca talks about it as well, about being quiet. You know, that when you stand back and see, well, what is this thing really trying to be? And that it's not about us. Very often, buildings we make, maybe we thought, well, this is our building or something, but it's not about us. It's about what the need or the requirement is. And it's so liberating to do that. It's such a liberating thing to do, to stand aside, see what happens, and then move back in as the implementer or translator.
No, please.
No, I was just saying that. Sorry. No, I was just saying that I agree totally, and sorry, I agree totally. It's good to have a sort of distance and knowing that you're providing space for things to happen that will be probably also not totally under your control, because you can provide. You can imagine how space could work. You can think how the organization of the structure you're designing will provide new opportunities to people. But at the same time, I think that it's very important to give that, not to over-determine too much a space in order to make possible things that are unexpected also to happen.
I think that I was totally agree with the previous comment. I think that in our case, it was kind of unfinished, absolutely. No? And I was kind of thinking that I think it's a matter of different scales. That I think that this civic infrastructure, I would think that every building has a possibility in the terms of kind of the surroundings, kind of and I think that this idea that we can even include the surroundings and give a response. And I think that understand that maybe we are working from the wall inside, but I think that there is kind of an impact outside, and I think that is something. And then every kind of scale and spaces. And in case of Laborde, we're talking about housing, but I would say that now the guest room sometimes is used by evicted people from the surroundings. So I think that there is kind of a social return and a civic infrastructure in kind of different decisions of the project. No, I think that it's a matter of being conscious about the possibilities of it, and let the infrastructure be used.
Well, I mean, I speak for all of the jury, and Mia, you say your piece too, please. But this has been, I think, the enriching experience of seeing these projects of the finalists and traveling and hearing each of the stories and the unfolding of a narrative, the process of a design strategy emerging and evolving through dialogue, through strong civic responsibility. I mean, it's been, I think that is such a crucial aspect of communicating architecture to a wider audience. You need this this storytelling. You need the background. You need these anecdotes to show this kind of very humanistic and the perspective, and this kind of empathetic process as well of mutual cooperative design that's really been part of actually all of these finalists' projects. And I think it's going to be very exciting to be part as much as possible of the next stages of the exhibition, because that will also kickstart further dialogues and discussions that are important when it comes to this quality, these qualities of architectural inspiration and the process of design, and that with the clients. I think that was absolutely crucial to feature this, and I think it's been really enriching. I want to thank everyone involved, and really exciting to see what impacts can be made with this award and everything that goes with it. Thank you.
Oh, you have your glasses. That's yours. Thank you. Wait, right away. So, thank you all very much. All of you who have stayed here all day long, from this morning till now. And I also want to add some thank yous to the advisory team, the experts and associations in 2022, and also all the previous ones who have contributed to make this prize as it is during all these years. Architects and teams and clients, the 2022 jury, and the previous ones who also contribute still today to the prize. Labo for communicating, Ni Hao for the beautiful films that we have seen, Guiding Architect, which are organizing with us the Out and About, so we can visit the 40 shortlisted works during this month of May. The spread, Avanti and Valentina, for the graphic design. Those that have written and contributed with text for the book that we will present in June, by the way. Some of you were asking. The book will be ready in June this time, the catalog. The photographers, Espluga for the new image, Editio for the new webpage, Buitaye for the model preparation, Ricardo Marcicano and Andreu Garcia for the trophy production, partners, supporters, the technical team today, which has been also great. The EU Creative Europe team, which is amazing, since Monica Urian and Hugues Beccard, and now with Jutta Kasners. Thank you very much for making it so easy. That on behalf of the Mies van der Rohe Foundation, on my behalf also to all the team at the Mies van der Rohe Foundation. Thank you for making all this possible. And remember that you now need this to access the exhibition. Have some drinks so that we can also celebrate. But then afterwards, you can tier it, you can plant it. Some new plants will appear the next days, I guess. And so this has a new life in a new way. Thank you all very, very much. We hope you liked it. And let's go celebrate.